Hello from Tokyo. It's day 7 of the Paralympic Games, the 5th day of competition in the wheelchair tennis. And it's great to have your company here on centre court for another busy day's play. Women's singles quarterfinals and semi-finals in the men's doubles and quad singles are on the way here at the Ariake Tennis Park as the competition thins out and the standard gets higher, with the medal matches now just beginning to be visible for the players who've survived this far. 32 players started out in the women's singles. We're down to the last 8 now, and it is the women's singles quarter-finals that lead the way here with Xu Zhenchen and Kamiji Yui. China versus Japan. First off, followed by another home player, Otani Momoko against Dida de Groot of the Netherlands. And on the corresponding court, Jordan Wiley and Dana Matthewson, GB against the United States, play in the quarter-final. Wang Ziying, Annick van Koot, China against the Netherlands. That'll be happening when we're watching these two quarter-finals on centre court over on court 1 as well. So it's all shaping up nicely as the semi-final lineup is set to be decided in the singles for the women. It is cooler, and that's good news. 28 degrees, good news for the players, certainly, because we've had all sorts of disruption to the schedule on the outside courts here at the Ariake Tennis Park because of the heat here in Tokyo. We're just approaching 11 in the morning local time here in the Japanese capital, 28 degrees. And that represents a real dip. Still very hot, of course, but nothing like the barometer nudging the mid-30s as we've seen earlier in this competition. This is the 5th day of the tennis at Tokyo 2020. And confirmation of the schedule here on centre. Xu Zhenchen, the 7th seed, takes on a bronze medalist from 5 years ago in the 2nd seed, Kamiji Yui. Dida de Groot, the top seed, against Otani Momoko. And then we'll have Hewitt and Reid and Kunieda and Sanada in the men's doubles semi-final. A little later on, Sugeno Koji against Sam Schroeder in the quad singles, and Dylan Olcott and Niels Vink in the semi-finals, the 2 semis there in the quad singles. And those other 2 women's singles quarter-finals, and the other men's double semi-final, Egerbink and Scheffers of the Netherlands against Uday and Pfeiffer of France over on court 1. So really looking forward to the day's play here, starting with China versus Japan. 7th seed, the lefty, Xu against Kamiji Yui. And a bit of a light breeze blowing across the bowl here on centre at the Ariake Tennis Park, part of the Olympics hub, very close to the banks of Tokyo Bay. It's been a very compact Paralympic Games, as was the Summer Olympic Games only a few short weeks ago. And a nice shot there of the flags moving about in the breeze, so it does provide a bit of respite there for the players and coaches and officials, other assorted members of the delegations courtside. Of course, no supporters, we know that, because of COVID, allowed in the Paralympic venues. Well, you can just imagine the reception that Kamiji Yui would be getting alongside Zhu of China, 7th seed. 2 straight sets victories thus far in the competition for 32-year-old Zhu. Shenzhen from Shandong, certainly the lesser experienced of the two. Kamiji Yui with that bronze medal from Rio. Beat de Groot in that match, the top seed 5 years on here at the Tokyo Games. Ten Japanese players in the wheelchair tennis. Kamiji is a real favourite for a medal here. Would love to upgrade on the podium. Nice couple of victories so far in this competition. She's lost just 3 games. Zhu gets set here. So the players going through their last moments of preparation. She's had quite a year, Kamiji Yui. A couple of disappointing results in finals. Lost the Australian Open final and the French Open final. Quarter-final defeat at Wimbledon, but she did win the doubles competition in London earlier this year. Kamiji Yui will start as the favourite here. Fernanda Burka of Argentina is the chair umpire. Looks like Xu has won the toss there. Selected to serve. Two matches, two straight sets victories. Yana Martinez dispatched the Colombian in the first round, 6-love, 6-love. That was easy enough. And Lucy Schuker put to the sword as well, 7-6, 6-2 in the second round. Well, Dong Fu Li is Xu's coach, watching on. Just the one game loss so far for Kamiji Yui. It's been easy. Maria Moreno beaten 6-love, 6-1, and then Maricol Duval 6-love, 6-love. A brilliant performance in the second round by Kamiji Yui. So demonstrating level and why she's amongst the medal favourites here. 27 years of age. From Akashi.
One minute. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match will be the best of 3 tied sets. Means Kamiji won the toss and elected to receive. Seconds. End of 1 month.
So this is women's singles quarter-final action at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. It is China against Japan, Zhu against Kamiji Yui, and it is Zhu to serve. Lovely open forehand there from Kamiji. Nice to get that under the belt early on here. Excellent rally here. Well, what a fantastic rally. And with a double bounce, ends up beating Zhu. Well, that's 2 points now, won in this opening game with that nice rangy forehand. Love 30. Heavy on the service return that time from Kamiji Yui. Forehand again from Kamiji. That time Zhu able to get it back. It's the same shot again. Super execution there of the forehand once more from Kamiji Yui. And again, into that same corner. No answer from Zhu. A stunning start to this match from Kamiji Yui. An immediate break of service to set her up nicely. Well, always going to come into the contest like this as the more fancied player, Kamiji Yui. Beat Dida de Groot in that Rio bronze medal contest 5 years ago. Just has phenomenal experience in playing Grand Slams all the way back to Roland Garros in 2012 in doubles and singles. Kamiji Yui. Serving here on the back of a break in the opening game. Down the line again was Zhu, just hasn't got the movement really to get behind the return at present. Kamiji has set the tone here early on. And Zhu just trying to be a little bit more aggressive with the service return. Chop that shot. That backhand down the line. has miscalculated her angles. 30 love. That's better. And managing to work Kamiji for the first time in this match. Now, replicate the reverse backhand. That 15. Second time in this game that Zhu has gone long whilst returning serve. And that, well, reverse backhand seems to be the way to go for Zhu Zhenjian. Super hit to take us to deuce in this second game of this women's singles quarter-final. She had an opening game there which she needs to scratch out, Zhu Zhenjian, but a good recovery here in the second game of the match. That's a heavy chop back.
Advantage Kamiji.
Advantage Kamiji. The speed of that service return, just a little too much for Kamiji Yui. She couldn't rotate in time and get the synchronicity with the shot. Back to deuce again. Cross court, well, Kamiji Yui getting a taste of her own medicine. Super cross court again from Zhu Zhenjian. Another break point for the Chinese player. Just a little long, where there was real range on the backhand there from Kamiji Yui to take us back to the third deuce of this second game. Service return straight into the body there of Kamiji. Back to deuce. Really competitive opening to this quarter-final in the women's singles. Kamiji Yui really being made to work hard here on serve. Again, attacking that serve. Zhu, on a couple of occasions she's got it right. She's delivered a very good shot. That one failed to clear the tape. Oh, down the line. Zhu gets there on the second bounce and dialing down the power there, Kamiji Yui. And her positioning wasn't quite there. Deuce for the 5th time in this game. Super return.
Advantage Zhu.
The service was a little safe. Comes into the middle of the service box, really, and gives you the opportunity just to see the shot and then measure it out wide. Another advantage for the Chinese here. Opportunity on the second serve. She's broken straight back. Well, she held her nerve there in that game, did Xu Zhenjian. So, service breaks traded at the start of this women's singles quarter-final. 1-1. Well, she just about managed to get the chair across to get behind the shot, but too much topspin on that from Xu. $15 love. This time it's Xu being made to work. Yeah, just waited for Xu to commit and start to advance towards the net there before plonking that shot down the side. Disguised it as well, didn't she? Super. Great timing and precision there in the hitting there of Xu Zhenjian. And took it early over the top of the shot to ram it inside the baseline. 30-15. Plonked into the corner. Well, that was placed to absolute perfection. A laser guided shot there from Kamiji Yui. Beautifully done. So much spin on that. Xu. I thought she'd positioned herself well. She thought she got behind it, but the slice made the ball break awkwardly. So a real chance here for another break of serve. It will be Kamiji Yui's second serve from Xu, and she nets it. So we've had 3 games here in this opening set of this women's singles quarter-final at Tokyo 2020, these Paralympic Games. 3 breaks of serve. Kamiji Yui leads by 2-1. Originally a wheelchair basketball player, Kamiji. Her mum and dad were basketballers that switched to wheelchair tennis after her sister joined a soft tennis club back in her high school days. Out come the Sun Brollies. We are moving into the hottest part of the day. 11:30 a.m. Tokyo time. But it's nice to see play starting on time. The schedulers have been working overtime to try and fit the matches in after players been delayed on the outside courts earlier in this competition because of the heat. So we've had a lot of scheduled matches for 11 a.m. local time on courts 1. The courts without a roof here at the Ariake Tennis Park. They do have that option here on centre court if conditions are such that the roof needs to be shut, either to protect the players from the overwhelming heat, or if the rain comes. But we've seen matches on courts 1 to 6 scheduled for 11 o'clock, and sometimes not starting until 5 in the evening because it's just been too hot to play during the day.
Net for service.
2-1 here. Kamiji Yui, the second seed from Japan, leads in this women's singles quarter-final. And she's serving. That backhand again, directed cross-court. You can hear that lovely pop sound when she connects with the sweet spot of the racket shoe. And that's the shot that she's been unleashing so far. Love 15. Oh, she goes cross-court that time. Again, attacking the serve. And just displaying a range there. Great connection. Love 30. Super retrieval that from Zhu, but she's left herself vulnerable, and the Kamiji has picked her off there in real style. Well, we knew we were going to see the raising of the level the deeper we got into the wheelchair tennis tournaments here at Tokyo 2020, and that's the case. Both players able to move their opponent to all 4 corners of the court. Great early hit there from Kamiji. She's landed that inside the line. Zhu took the forehand on the second bounce. Couldn't clear the net. 30 all. Spin on that backhand there from Zhu. Oh, Kamiji's met it stop and solid. So that was the spin. Oh, she dealt with that spin superbly, Kamiji Yui there. So she's got back to 40-30 here on serve. There's the return. Not necessarily about the power, it's the technique and the placement there from Zhu Zhengzheng. Juice.
Advantage Kamiji.
Back in play. And very deep there on the service return there from Zhu. Working the angles again, Zhu, just to get back to juice here. beautiful hit again. Oh, when she connects, that's an absolute missile. Laser guided again. A reverse backhand just fizzes that cross court. Advantage you, break point is for 2-2. Oh, she's done it. Really attacking that service. And it's serving her well. What about the breaks of serve here in this first set, in this women's singles quarter-final? Just a reminder that the winner will place Wang Xiying or Aniek van Koot. A little bit of momentum here behind Zhu. Just needs a recalibration right now, Kamiji Yui. Zhu on course to hold serve for the first time in this match. Yeah, she's just dropped that level off, Zhu. .40 love.
Net for service.
Scratch that one out. As far as the Japanese player Kamiji Yui is concerned, Zhu Zhenzhen has just hit a stride, manages to hold serve for the first time in this match to take the lead at 3-2 in this first set. Every match has its peaks and troughs for both players. Kamiji just has to lift herself out of one now. She became the first Chinese wheelchair tennis player to compete at one of the 4 Grand Slams. Did Zhu at the 2020 Australian Open. And seems pretty happy with the idea that she's a role model, inspiring more Chinese wheelchair tennis players to be competitive at Grand Slams, to have that belief that they can go there and be competitive. We know about the heritage that Kamiji Yui has. He was back there in London 2012. Gives you an extent of the longevity of her career and the top level experience she has in her locker. Interesting comments though from Kamiji Yui when she said that although those London games were less successful for her personally in the singles, didn't get beyond the quarters, but she said because it was her first Paralympic experience, she had more fun than she did at Rio, even though she won that bronze at Rio. Not necessarily about fun now, is it? Just trailing in this opening set of this women's singles quarter-final at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. Kamiji Yui serving at 2-3. Oof.
15.
Beautiful outswing. Really sweet connection on the serve there. First ace of the match. Real force on the cross court again. Kamiji Yui did well to get there. Now needs the second bounce. And again, Kamiji Yui trying to direct the rally from mid-court. She's made it just. And we'll go again with a forehand, Kamiji. Well, what an absolutely fantastic rally that was. Could have gone either way. Kamiji Yui picking out the shot finally. Range on that forehand. Really high quality wheelchair tennis here. An early pickup on the backhand there from Kamiji. Not that time for the Japanese. 2-3, 30-15. Booming forehand. Fantastic shot. She really is making some of these shots now. 30 all. Fantastic power down the line. And the top spin beating Zhu. (40-30). Quick adjustment there from Kamiji. And that's the angle again from Zhu. Possible to get those back. Juice. Backhand from Kamiji. Now into the forehand side.
Advantage Kamiji.
Terrific timing in the shot making again from Kamiji Yui. Well, she worked it out. She found a way to win that game. We're all square here. This is a fascinating contest. in the last 8 of the women's singles. A discipline that has been entirely dominated by Dutch players since wheelchair tennis was added to the Paralympic programme, initially as a demonstration sport in Seoul and then a full programme in Barcelona in '92. Waited for that second bounce.
15 love.
Couldn't make the shot that time. Well, from Zhu's point of view, it's a shame she couldn't make the shot when Kamiji was able to return, because it was a really well executed serve. (15-all) and 3-all here in the first set. Not that time from Zhu.
15-30.
15-30. Tempting Kamiji Yui into the net there. And, well, that's a real sucker punch when you... just a whisker from picking the shot up. 30-all. Unforced error again.
14-13.
Gives you a point here for 4-3, opening set. Way too heavy. 4-3.
Yours, please.
So the balance is just about in the favour of Zhu Shenzhen here, the 7th seed from China. Another service hold, something that Kamiji Yui, the 2nd seed from Japan, has been unable to replicate, been unable to match so far. Four 3 for Zhu here in the opening set. Zhu did beat the then world #1 Didier Groot in the quarterfinals of the Australian Open in 2020. It was part of this story that she's writing of China arriving in terms of wheelchair tennis. She's a real student of the game. Every match she plays goes back and so she makes a breakdown of each point, tries to find the reason for the defeat so that she can correct it.
Time.
Very harsh on herself, as well, top-level athletes have to be. Xu Zhenzhen of China leads this first set 4-3, but it's Kamiji Yui on serve here in this wheelchair tennis women's singles quarter-final at Tokyo 2020. Sensible play there from Kamiji Yui.
15 move.
That's playing the ball high. Up into the air, creating that higher bounce on our opponent's side of the net. And the short serve. And the forehands pinged.
30 move.
No way Xu was getting that back. There's the cross court. That's an absolute peach again from Xu. Really is. Such an attack there, an aggressive shot on the Kamiji Yui service. Into the corner, and Kamiji did well to get that back. Oof, that didn't miss by much. Really didn't. Thirty all. Kamiji pulling out a serve when she needed it most. Interesting angle to work with here for Xu. Oh, she's just gone a little long with a volley. It was a brave tactic there from Kamiji Yui. But a couple of minuscule miscalculations have cost her in this game. We're at deuce. Right on the line, and we're going to see a challenge here.
Yes.
We're at deuce. Well, she did extremely well to get across to the shot in the first place there.
Advantage Kamiji.
Did Zhu. But once positioned, couldn't land the ball in. And that was out from Zhu. A long-running game. This is a really attritional affair between Zhu and Kamiji. Absolutely fascinating. And neither player blinking really are able to establish a run of games. It's 4-all in the opening set of this women's singles quarter-final at Tokyo 2020. That's cheeky, very cheeky indeed. So it got its reward though. It was a brave shot in the circumstances there from Zhu, just to drop that and tempt Kamiji in. Reverse backhand, too strong from Zhu that time, 15-all. Strong second serve there from Zhu. 30-15 here. Finally, she got it. She was patient in that rally, Zhu.
40-15.
Well, she went both sides of Kamiji. (40-15), 2 points for a lead of 5-4 in the opening set.
40-13.
The second double fault of the match for Zhu Zhenjian. But she has a bit of a cushion in this game. Eventually got it. So Kamiji Yui will be serving to stay in this first set. The second seed being given a real game here by Zhu Zhenjian of China. The Chinese would love a breakthrough player in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. Is Zhu to be that player? High quality stuff here in the women's singles. 5-4 for Zhu. Kamiji was the final torchbearer alongside the Japanese boccia athlete Shinsuke Uchida and Garin Murasaki, the powerlifter, at the opening ceremony of these Paralympic Games. Flag bearer, no less, in Rio as well. The real figurehead of women's wheelchair tennis in Japan. And that's the sort of route, that's the path that Xu Zhenjian is set to follow for China. But the pressure's on Kamiji Yui now, serving to stay in the opening set of this women's singles quarter-final. Reverse backhand again across the body from Xu. It's a shot that just by its very nature delivers an awful lot of spin. Kamiji though managing that rally. 15 love. Did well to get out of the way of it. 30 love. Oh, another high-quality baseline rally produced by these two players before Kamiji Yui picks a moment to hit that to absolute laser-guided perfection. 40 love. This was a big service game for Kamiji Yui. Brilliant from Kamiji there. Didn't let Xu have a sniff. 5-all. And this first set is all set fair to go the distance. Did well to get there, reaching into the shot. Oh, wow, what a winner from Kamiji Yui. Fantastic movement of the chair to pick up before the third bounce. And then she sends that so deep. So impressive to get the power with hardly any backlift there. Love 15. Oh, beautiful again. She's just rediscovered her mojo. Kamiji Yui steps into the shot, almost dabs it, uses that residual power off the serve. Power as well as the accuracy and placement from Kamiji Yui. Well, where did this come from? 3 break points now for a lead of 6-5. Not that time.
15-14.
Oh, top spin, which was pitched right on the baseline. And took it high and just looping the shot up with top spin, which means it bounces high on the other side of the court. And that was very impressive from Kamiji Yui. It was almost like she said, right, I've had enough of this now. The trading of games, nip and tuck. It's moving up a gear. Putting herself in the position where she's now serving to take the opening set. And Kamiji Yui was born with spina bifida. So, a congenital impairment. And she was only ever going to play at the one Paralympics as well, back in London. I was pondering her options, wondered whether she would go to university to study languages or also fancied becoming a court clerk. But the bug got it. And wheelchair tennis is far better off for that decision. So now it's Zhu on the back foot. Kamiji Yui, the second seed, serving for the first set here.
$15.
15 all. A little chop from Kamiji carrying out. Sensible leave.
13-15.
Again, Kamiji serving deep. We're in play. That high topspin forehand again from Kamiji Yui. It's on that second bounce, forcing Kamiji wide. We're back in play. Just carries over there from Zhu. No, can't make it. Reverse backhand, and now it's 2 set points here for Kamiji Yui. %71% of points won on second serve for Kamiji Yui in this match. And that's another. It's the most important so far because it wraps up the first set here, and a hard-won first set. Both players had their little runs. It looked for a while that Zhu was going to take this on, but Kamiji Yui was able to raise her level, breaking back for that lead of 6-5. All of a sudden she became no nonsense. So in 56 minutes, Kamiji Yui of Japan, the second seed, wins a high quality opening set here in the wheelchair tennis women's singles quarterfinals at Tokyo 2020. Zhu made 3 more unforced errors. It was tight, but just in the crucial pressure points of the match, Kamiji was able to raise her game.
Game.
We saw both players making some terrific shots in that first set. So 13 forehand winners from Kamiji Yui, 9 from Zhu. That's Zhu on the backhand side that is her big strength. 7 backhand winners from Zhu Zhenchen, and Kamiji Yui well versed in trying to keep the ball away from that side. Immediate step change in the quality of player after comfortable wins in straight sets in the first 2 rounds for each of our 2 players here. Indeed, Kamiji Yui with 2 very easy matches so far, defeating Maria Moreno and Maricol Duval. Been all about South America so far. She's been too good for the Brazilian and the Argentine thus far. And now the challenge is to stop China. Xu Zhenjian back then after her refreshment break. Yeah, in the process of strapping in.
Time.
We're all set again then. A much needed break there for the players in between sets 1 and 2. Kamiji Yui, the second seed from Japan, won a hard-fought opener, 7-5. Serving first in the second set of this women's singles quarter-final is Zhu. And able to win the point in at the net there, Zhu. So again, that real speed of the chair moving back to beyond the baseline to try and dictate the rally once more. Quick adjustment there from Kamiji. And then Zhu gives it too much.
Law 15. Law 13.
Another miscalculation from Xu Zhenjian. Love 30. We saw 4 service breaks at the start of the first set. So I've had to readjust and play the shot on the second bounce there. And Xu just needs a slight recalibration. Love 40. 3 break points straight away in this second set for Kamiji Yui. That's just a drop in the level.
First game, second set.
Immediate break of serve for Kamiji Yui. Owner of 25 Grand Slam titles, no less, in singles and doubles. The bronze medalist from Rio, Kamiji Yui. A Japanese player. A set up and a game up.
15.
No, nothing going right at the start of the second set for Xu Zhenjian.
30 love.
Love. That's better. Now Zhu just struggling and straining to find her range. The signs are that she's got it again. She's found something. High forehand. Did that catch the back of the line? Oh, the line judge called it out straight away. Are we going to see a challenge? And neither player has called on Hawkeye yet. 40 love. Zhu has let it go. Better return of serve. And that's the type of shot that she's needed. Too hot to handle there for Kamiji Yui. Service return from Zhu Zhenjian. 40-15. Well played, Kamiji Yui. A little less explosive than that. The first game of this second set, nice and steady and turning the screw in her own measured way here on Zhu. An immediate lead of 2-love in this second set in the quarter-final of the women's singles. Discipline at the Paralympic Games that's been won by Dutch players since the very first time the wheelchair tennis was on the Paralympic programme. Everyone else will feel it's about time another country got on the top step of the podium. The full wheelchair programme at Barcelona for the first time in 1992 is Monique van den Bosch, Mike Smit in Atlanta in 96, Esther Vergeer then won 4 in a row, all the way up to Jyske Griffoin from 5 years ago in Rio. By the way, all those finals have been all Dutch affairs.
Love 30.
First misstep in this set from Kamiji Yui. Yui will accept gifts like that gratefully. 15-30. Again, just knocks it.
15-14.
Doesn't give it the thunderbolt. So controlled to steer the chair around the shot. Give herself room to send the pass down the line. So Kamiji leads by a set to love. 2 games to love in the second, and 40-15 here. 2 break points. Well played. It's 3-love now in the second set for Kamiji Yui. Well, There was a break of 8 or 9 minutes there in between sets. And Kamiji was very much in her zone, remembering the process. And she has come out in the second, all guns blazing here, having been taken right out to 7-5 in the opener. But now the second seed is really demonstrating the class. Well, we're going to be seeing one of Kamiji Yui's teammates next out on court. They're on centre court in another women's singles quarter-final in Mamamik Atani, the 5th seed, up against the top seed, Dina Groot. Almost no doubt that if you want to win this women's singles, you are going to have to get past the Dutch #1, de Groot. First things first, though. Love the sweeping shots from high up in the rafters here at the Ariake Tennis Park. Just revealing a lot more cloud cover above Tokyo than I've been used to seeing the first week of these Paralympic Games. Service return, the fist pump there from Zhu Zhenjian. And all it can take sometimes is a shot like that. Just to shift the scales a little bit. Everything's coming back now from Zhu. Oh, brilliant. Well, Kamiji tempting Zhu down the line, but no, just powers that back from whence it came. Three love. Second set for Kamiji. 15-all, scratch it, 30-15.
30-15.
Sweet as a nut, that from Zhu.
30-all.
30-all. Well, when those second serves are hit down the middle of the service box, there is the option for the receiving player to go left or right. Quick adjustment there from Kamiji, and she left the court wide open. Onto the backhand, reverse backhand side there again from Zhu. This is exactly what she needed to do. Break point. It goes big off the serve again. The aggression pays off. So she's on the board in the second set, Zhu Zhenjian. Well played, because that was a pivotal game in many ways. Had she lost that, you sense the avalanche was starting in this second set. You really feared for but she has a foothold back in this set. One 3 Zhu on serve in this second set. Just off.
15. Fault.
Just when she needed to ramp the pressure up, there's a double fault. First of this set, third of the match from Zhu. What a return that is. An absolute looper.
15-13.
Rediscovered the range as Kamiji, and the 2 breakback points immediately for 4-1 here in the second set. Takes that so high and early. No, 4-1. It's looking ominous now for Zhu Zhenzhen. Just that little wobble in the previous game. The best players steady themselves quickly and with the minimum disruption, and that's what Kamiji Yui was able to do there. So back serving at 4-1 here in the women's singles quarter-final second set. De Groot against Atari Momoko next, and then we'll be concentrating here on centre court on the men's doubles semi-final action. We'll see if Hewitt and Reid from Great Britain can make another Paralympic final 5 years on from Rio against Kunieda and Sanada. That'll be a terrific matchup. Hewitt and Reid, who were head-to-head in the men's singles semi 5 years ago, of course. And there's so much experience and heritage in that doubles semi-final. Kunieda, as we know, back-to-back gold medalist in the singles before Gordon Reid in 2008 and 2012.
Time.
And it'll be both semi-finals in the quad singles. Koji Sugeno against Sam Schroeder, and Dylan Olcott against Niels Vink. The extraordinary Dylan Olcott has collected gold medals in wheelchair basketball as well as wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. All that is to come later on centre court here at the Ariake Tennis Park. Oh, a bend on that. Sweetest of connections. Wonderful serve. Well, that's when the ball is hit back in no man's land there, tempting Kamiji forward. There's only ever been one outcome in this match so far. A strike down there from Kamiji Yui for 30 love here. First double fault we've seen from Kamiji Yui. And make sure the next service lands in though. Only ever going to be one outcome. 40-15, 2 points now for a lead of 5-1. She's almost there in that women's singles semi-final now, Kamiji Yui. That will be the feeling, certainly. Slice to mid-court. Again, difficult shot to execute. Lands long. And Xu is now going to serve to stay in this match. First set was tight. Second, anything but.
Love 13.
Second serve very short, so In at the net comes Kamiji. Not able to put the first chance away, but there's still too much for Zhu to do to work Kamiji around the court. And now there are 3 match points for the second seed, Kamiji Yui from Japan. A really attacking service return into the net, and that's that, done and dusted. A comfortable second set showing, which is taken 6-1. Kamiji Yui, that after the attritional battle we saw in the opening set, 7-5, that one went Kamiji Yui's way. But she's been too strong here for the 7th seed from China, Zhu Zhenjian, and moves into the semi-final in the women's singles in wheelchair tennis here at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. So it's going to be a last 4 matchup with either Wang Ziying or Annick van Koot. Could be a Chinese opponent again for Kamiji Yui. Strong showing. She just had those battling qualities to get through the opening set. She made a quick, fast start, taking advantage of Zhu's errors at the start of the second to really motor on through, to take that second in just over half an hour. The second seed then looking good. 7-5, 6-1. Kamiji Yui is into the last 4 of the women's singles. Well, takes it all in a stride, doesn't she? The bronze medalist from Rio 5 years ago. Good numbers in this match. It's 84% the points won on first serve. Second serve is where Zhu struggled, just 19% won on that second serve, just 3 of 16. All facets of the game firing for Kamiji Yui. And he said she still has more in reserve as well, which may well be needed in that semi-final. Well, doesn't matter who you are, got to get that accreditation and the mask on. Hasn't dropped a set yet in this Paralympic Games wheelchair tennis tournament. Kamiji Yui, second seed, safely through. She's done it, 7-5, 6-1 here at the expense of Zhu Zhenjian. And there are the vital statistics coming into the net. Not that she did it only sparingly, but there's a 100% hit rate every time. Had 4 break points in that second set, just gobbled them all up. So we can trace the route through. Wang or Van Koot await in the semi-final. And the top half of the draw, well, it looks like Wiley and Matthewson, that's going to go the distance to 3 sets. And we know that lurking in the background is the #1 seed and the big favourite, Dida de Groot, who is next out on centre court here in her quarter-final in the women's singles against Otani Momoko. Will the Japanese flag be flying again? We'll find out in the not-too-distant future. Kamiji Yui of Japan through to the semi-finals in the women's singles. She's won the quarter-final against Zhu Zhenjian in straight sets here. 7-5, 6-1.
We begin very, very shortly with the women's singles quarterfinal 0-7 with role number 1, Groot from Netherlands taking on Kamiji from Japan.
さあ続いての世界国内性女子シングルスの準々決勝、オランダ世界ランキング1位、イーゼ・ローソン、対するは日本、大谷桃子です。
I'm really looking forward to it. It will be my second Paralympics, and I've trained for it really hard. I've trained for it 4 years, so I'm excited to show what I can do. My first actual memory was that I was in London. I was there for Paralympic Games, and I watched every match, but not only tennis. I watched table tennis, football, athletics, everything really. It was cool.
The women's singles programme continues then at the Ariake Tennis Park here at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. We've seen Kamiji Yui dispatch Zhu Zhenjian Now, it's de Groot, the top seed, the world #1, against Otani Momoko. We're going to be seeing the men's doubles, the semi-finals, semis also in the quad singles a little later on centre court. Busy day's play with court 1 seeing plenty of action as well in the doubles and the men's doubles and women's singles. But under the spotlight next is the player to beat, surely, de Groot in the women's singles. Flying the flag for the Netherlands, who have absolutely dominated the women's singles since wheelchair tennis was added to the Paralympic programme back at the end of the 80s. It was a demonstration sport at Seoul in 1988 and then added fully to the Paralympic programme in Barcelona in 1992. The Dutch players have won every women's singles titles since wheelchair tennis has been at the Paralympics. Not only that, have been all Netherlands finals full stop. So the gold and the silver in the women's singles in the wheelchair tennis have all gone to the Dutch. Otani Momoko, 26 from Tochigi. She's the 5th seed in the women's singles here in her home Paralympic Games. A useful player, no doubt about that. Runner-up at Roland Garros last year, Otani, but she has a big reputation to fight here, and she'll need the match of her life to get the better of the world #1, de Groot, the almost incomparable de Groot, the 24-year-old who became the first female player to hold the women's wheelchair tennis singles titles at all 4 Grand Slam events at the same time. That was 2 years ago in 2019, before COVID kicked in and wrecked everyone's preparations. Ambassador for the Royal Dutch Lawn Tennis Association and a fabulously successful competitor. Won every Grand Slam in doubles at least once. The same can be said for singles. 3 Australian Opens, 2 French Opens, 3 Wimbledons, 3 US Opens. She can repeat that feat of the calendar year slam when the US Open is played, the next major competition after the Paralympic Games here in Tokyo are concluded. 2 times Masters winner as well in 2017 and 2018. Born with unequal leg length, de Groot began her wheelchair tennis career at the age of 7. So started out as a junior on the ITF wheelchair tour. Otani has been in a wheelchair since the age of 18 due to illness. Her condition also affects the strength of her right leg, hip and hand. An acquired impairment. That's the classification of Otani Momoko. And a huge fixture, this against de Groot. Well, the roll call is just formidable if you're delving into the past achievements of Didier Groot. Over 10 Grand Slams, including back-to-back women's singles events at Wimbledon, that career Grand Slam, completed with the 2019 French Open. And those multiple wheelchair tennis masters titles as well. Not to mention the silver medal of 5 years ago in Rio. Well, if you'd love a gold at the Paralympic Games, that silver 5 years ago was in the women's doubles with Marjolein Buys. They were beaten by Jiske Griffoen and Annick van Koot in that final. Kamiji Yui already through for the host nation Japan in the women's singles. Are they to get double representation in the last four? Well, she'll be realistic about her prospects here, surely. Matani Momoko. No doubt that De Groot here is the big favourite. 24 from Werden in the Netherlands. The Dutch tradition, just self-perpetuating, isn't it? There's all that internal competition in the Netherlands wheelchair tennis team. Extraordinary run of success at the Paralympic Games. The Brit Fiona Edwards is the chair umpire for this women's singles quarter-final. By the way, Jordan Wiley of Great Britain against Dana Mathewson of the United States. That's into a third set. The other two quarter-finals in the women's singles happening over on court one. Following Wiley against Mathewson, we're going to have Wang Ziying against Annick van Koot, another Netherlands player, out on court over on court one. The winners of that match, Wang van Koot, will face Kamiji Yui. It's going to be De Groot or Otani against Wiley or Mathewson. Wiley took the first 6-3, by the way. Mathewson the second by the same score. Otani Momoko has come through against Mariska Venter and Victoria Lvova of South Africa and the Russian Paralympic Committee, respectively. 6-1, 6-2 in the first round, 7-5, 6-1 in the second.
Paralympic debut. What a start to her Paralympic campaign, making the quarterfinals here in our home nation of Tokyo, Japan. She is ranked number 5 in the world. Please welcome to center court once more, Otani Momoko.
That's a battle, one or two niggling injuries in the cycle leading into these reorganised, these delayed Paralympic Games. We'll have to see whether those problems will undermine her progress here. Tore a ligament in her right wrist, had abdominal muscle pain before the French Open in Paris. Groot seems to be in rude health. Macarena Cabriana dispatched in pretty short order, 6-1, 6-love in round 1. Wang Jinlian of China, 6-love, 6-2, was beaten in the second round. So de Groot has given up just 3 games in her quest to be a Paralympic gold medalist in the wheelchair tennis here in Tokyo. And she's got such a sprightly way
2 minutes.
about the way she moves the chair, the way she gets about the court, great mobility. All about remembering the process at this stage. Well, the players have different chairs to move around off court, and their game chairs, of course, with those distinctive splayed wheels. Set at normally, well, between 16 and 22 degrees of camber, which helps the chair spin faster and increases sideways movement, stability. And the rubber hand rims you see on the wheels as well. It's to reduce the amount of slippage. Players have a racket in the hand, of course, so they're holding a racket, spinning the handrails to move the chair around the court. Quick release axle in there, all manner of settings to improve performance. Adjustable seat height in those chairs, you can adjust the center of gravity. The anti-tip stability wheels as well at the front and back. Adjustable foot plate. It's a highly technical operation. Each player is individual, of course. Different settings for different players. This is the second match out on centre court here at the Ariake Tennis Park. 5th day of competition in the wheelchair tennis at Tokyo 2020. Women's singles quarter-final. Didier de Groot, the top seed and the favourite for this event of the Netherlands, serving. First return of service long from Otani Momoko.
Let's second serve.
It's taking her a couple of points to get her eye in. Calibrate the range, Otani.
Groot.
Struggling to get the ball in play
First game.
early on here, Otani Momoko. And Didier Groot will like that, able to bed in successfully here to take the opening game of this quarter-final with the minimum disruption, the minimum fuss.
La 50.
Big hitting from de Groot. Working Otani left, working Otani right. Oh, she's hit her groove right off the bat here. The Dutch top seed.
La 40.
3 break points. Well, first things first as far as Otani Momoko is concerned, and that's win a point. Didier Groot, 2-love in the first set. There's an ace. First of the match. Lovely cleanness about the toss and the swing from Didier Groot.
Let's second.
Oh, there's the chop. Keeping that ball so low over the net. And this is absolutely ruthless from the top seed from the Netherlands. So a little slow in getting across to that. Now then, Otani gives it the fist bump.
30-50.
So it might seem insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but that is her first point of this match. A swing on the forehand. 30-15. Oh, another down the line. Just that little lift in confidence, that booster. Any sport's the same. Confidence is key. Just a bit of adrenaline there, which is able to channel and get up to the 30-all. Nice and deep on the forehand from Otani. Just about caught the line. Super top spin. Almost like she lost patience in that rally, Didier Groot. So a point for 3-love. And on the backhand, the returner's serve doesn't clear the net from Otani Momoko, so Didida Groot has hit the ground running in this women's singles quarter-final in wheelchair tennis Tokyo 2020. The top seed is on the march already. 3-love she leads in the opening set.
Time.
De Groot then ahead, 3-love, opening set. Otani serving. Great technique there on the pickup. Was annoyed with the serve that she sent that initial service return wide. Give Otani the opening point of the game, 15-all. And then that cross-court forehand low over the net. Again, just difficult for Otani to just shift the position of that chair and step away from the shot to give her more reach on the forehand. It's a rather awkward shot ultimately, which has given De Groot 2 more break points for a lead of 4-love. Tape stops the serve. So it's a second serve here for Otani. Well, that top spin right into backcourt from De Groot. Very difficult to get back, and Otani is struggling. Didida Groot, 4-love up in the opening set of this women's singles quarter-final. Better from Otani, the 15. De Groot took the shot early. And is then very deep with the serve. Atani struggling to position the chair correctly. The service return, or at least the service return that is back in play. Super shot, cross court there, coming into the net from Atani. Thought she'd surrendered control of that rally after a very accomplished service return. That is a super drop shot. And she breaks. Well played. I did it. Groot's size standards will mean that she's disappointed in that. The rip-roaring start to this quarter-final, but Atani has a foothold. Will now be serving. And if she can just hold serve, all of a sudden, we're back to something resembling a respectability. They've got 31 nations represented in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. Dutch players have won 14 gold medals in women's singles and doubles events. Half of them earned by one of de Groot's predecessors, Esther Vergeer, who retired in 2013. The baton was soon passed on to Jiske Griffoyen, who promptly continued the Netherlands run in Rio 5 years ago, beating Annemiek van Koot in that final. Atani's fellow Japanese Kamiji Yui beat de Groot in the bronze medal match, thus preventing another clean sweep of the medals in women's singles in wheelchair tennis. The Dutch got the 1-2-3 in London. And Atani just has a little bit of wind in the sails here. 15 love. That topspin backhand.
15.
Fiery from de Groot. And Atani unable to control the shot back. 15-all. Right on the limits from both players there. Well, good tactics that from Atani, just forcing the group back behind the baseline with those high forehands, but That was a spectacular shot with topspin coming back, landing right on the line from Didier de Groot. And she tries to mix it up. Oh, controlling the point expertly again.
15-14.
The Dutch woman for 40-15 here. And 2 points for 5-1 in the opening set in this quarter-final. Well, when she's in this sort of mode, it seems like she can pick off the shots at will here. Thinks about it and then delivers it expertly. Serving now for the first set in this last 8 tie. Didier de Groot, the top seed and the favourite for the women's singles. High quality baseline play until the unforced error there from Atani. Oh, that whip cross-court backhand, devastating from Didier de Groot. She just has the whole range of shot making. It's as simple as that. 5-1 and 30 love here.
Let's first.
No.
40 love.
Three set points then for Didier de Groot after just 19 minutes play. No, it's been quick, but Didier de Groot wanted to be too quick there. (40-15) now. A little bit of easing up. For all her prowess, it's 2 double faults made by de Groot to nothing in that column for Atani. Good service return as well. Then onto the forehand side, into the corner. And she might put de Groot away here. Well played by Atani Momoko. De Groot in a hurry to wrap up the set. And just with the pressure off a little bit, Atani working the angles. Oh, double faults. Extraordinary from Didier de Groot. Just thinking 1 or 2 shots ahead, isn't she? And not concentrating on the matter in hand. Break point, Atani Momoko. can't see it through. We're back to juice here.
Advantage to Groot.
So, another set point. Well, she's done immensely well to get that back over. Otani Momoko forced way outside the tram lines to the left-hand side of the court there. Just managing to pitch that shot on the baseline too, meaning De Groot had to take it at shoulder height. The double faults are a factor. Another break point for Otani. It's a fourth double fault of the match for De Groot. Little rash from the top seed. So 5-2 De Groot in this opening set. On serve, you would have expected her to wrap up the set as well, but Otani Momoko again with the chance to affect respectability, and on serve she can make it 5-3. You never know. De Groot's errors on serve have allowed Otani into this set.
Time.
Otani Momoko serving at 2-5 here in the opening set of this women's singles quarter-final in the wheelchair tennis at Tokyo 2020. She was right on the brink, De Groot. Super cut. Excellent serve that. Fantastic. 40 love. Well, after all, we've got a match on here. And it's 5-3. So, back on serve, Didier Groot with the latest chance to see it out, see the opening set out here in this quarter-final. But as with any individual sport like this, or individual discipline, little doubts can creep in. Well, that topspin backhand is a really formidable weapon that she's got in the quiver. Didier Groot. Come back with interest, though. There's not much in it in terms of winners. Oh, has she caught the line there? No. Didn't miss by much. Just a newfound aggression and confidence about Otani Momoko. Bit unlucky. Good serve. There's that backhand again. Heck of a shot. And into mid-court, she needs to put that away. Doesn't pass up the opportunity. So back to set point. First in this game, 5th in total. That's done it. There was a little bit of a wobble from Didier Groot, but ultimately the class told, and too many mistakes from Otani Momoko, both before and after her little run and her break back, means that the world #1 and the big favourite for the gold medal in the women's singles here at the Tokyo Paralympic Games, Didier Groot, is on the board here. 6-3, she's taken the opening set of the quarter-final in 29 minutes. Well, riskier game, if you will, has yielded 4 double faults to nothing in that column from Otani. 53% in terms of points won on that first serve. It's down behind Otani's total of 78%. 7 errors as well, but has been hitting it big on the forehand. 2 backhand winners from Didier Groot. Now you wonder what's going through her mind, de Groot. I mean, she's pretty unflappable. She waits for Otani Momoko to return to court here for the resumption of this quarter-final. History is beckoning, we know that, for de Groot. The Golden Slam is the target in 2021. Never before has the calendar Grand Slam or Golden Slam been achieved in wheelchair tennis. And she's not getting ahead of herself. A lot of the press and previews coming into the Tokyo Games were very much reflective of her calmness and her determination to just take each match as it comes. But she has all 4 slams in her possession for the second time, de Groot. First time it happened was after Roland Garros in 2019. He beat Tatso Montjani of South Africa at Wimbledon. Already won the Aussie Open and the French Open this season. And followed it up with that 3rd crown at Wimbledon. It was her first in London since 2018, so that big momentum behind her, but with that comes, of course, the pressure of expectation. So we're all set to resume then in this women's singles quarter-final in wheelchair tennis at the Tokyo Paralympic Games. 5th day of competition in the wheelchair tennis. Always one of the big spectator draws in normal times, naturally, but always one of the big TV ratings winners at the Paralympics wheelchair tennis. And hello there, wherever you're watching around the world. It's a pleasure to have your company here at the Ariake Tennis Park on a day that's still pretty warm in Tokyo, but without the burning temperatures, the furnace-like temperatures we've seen earlier this summer. Impressive humidity as well across the Summer Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games here. We had a break of about 2 weeks in between the 2 games. And if you come out for the Summer Games, and done the quarantine, done the hard yards, then an opportunity to explore this wonderful city and this wonderful part of the world. For the competitors, of course, it's a busman's holiday. De Groot will crack on with the serious business of making history in wheelchair tennis. But it's this woman who stands in her way. '26-year-old Otani Momoko will serve first in the 2nd set. De Groot took the opener 6-3. And Otani wrong footing De Groot. Contrast this to the way these two players started the match. And Momoko Otani couldn't buy a point for 3 games straight. Eventually settled into the match somewhat, but the Groot had too much weaponry.
15 all.
Having worked hard to get the opening point of the second set, there's a double fault. That was Otani's first double fault of the match. 15 all. Well, no double fault, and then 3 come along back to back. 15-40. 2 break points at the start of this second set for Didier de Groot. Rare mistake from the baseline from de Groot. Missed it a fraction too long with a forehand. Still has a break point. Yeah. The immediate correction from the Dutch woman Didier de Groot. I see that so often amongst the best players. Of course, everyone's going to make a mistake now and again, but it's the immediate response to it, to just immediately tune out all the distractions and the immediate disappointment, to just remember the process, remember the technique, and make amends immediately. And de Groot's just upped it again, her baseline game. Took the backhand early. Fifteen all. Oof. Getting that big, high, heavy, topspin backhand. High risk shot, high pressure shot. Sent it just wide. 15-30. Just see the pace of that topspin again. Otani able to read the direction of the cross court, but it's simply too quick for it. Can't get there. 30 all. And that reverse disguised the cross court again from Didier de Groot. Every time it looks like she's just opened the door a little for Otani, it slams shut again. That's a super backhand by Artani. Giving Didier de Groot a taste of her own medicine there. Look at the whip on this. Beautiful technique. And into the apex there. She's made the service. Wow. Advantage de Groot. Oh, well, the technique is quite formidable. There's very little you can do because just meeting that serve with a decent enough return, Artani Momoko. But everything in synchronicity there, the dynamic movement, the on-point positioning and the racket skills of Didier de Groot. So, Didier de Groot a set up, 6-3 in the first and 2-love. Now she leads in the second. Improvised service return. Artani took it on the volley. Big reach on that. It's wide. Love 15. Another double faults. 4 in this second set for Artani. De Groot doesn't need that kind of help. She'll gratefully accept it though. The backhand working its magic, love 40. This is exactly the pattern of the first set. Clever shot positioning again from Didier de Groot. She enjoyed that a lot. She's up to 3 then in this second set. I mean, naturally, with the heat and the conditions as they are, it's a factor, it's a goal for the players to spend as little time out on court as possible, to expend as little energy as possible. Just overdid it a little towards the end of that first set, Didier de Groot, when she had the set in her grasp and started making all sorts of rash shots. She's halfway to that point again in the second. Well, Artani has at least taken 3 games off Didier de Groot in this set, which hadn't happened before today. Artani had been made to work hard against Victoria Livova.
Time.
Before that, Mariska Venter of South Africa. De Groot having beaten Macarena Cabriana a 6-1, 6-love, putting pay to the hopes of the Chilean outsider, and then it was 6-love, 6-2 against Huang Jinlian. And now it's 6-3, 3-love in the second against Artani.
Love 15.
Double fault number 5 for Didier de Groot. Super return. Just uncanny the way this set is going. Exactly like the first. Oh, that is an acrobatic piece of magic from Otani Momoko. Love 30.
Love 40.
Extraordinary. Now that's one break point gone. Two more though for Otani Momoko. We're in play. He's keeping it on a forehand side there, opening out the racket head and finding that angle again. Looked for all the world like she was shaping up for one of those topspin backhands there to Groot. And she's dug in this service game to get back to juice. There's the cut down the line. Oh, she disguises her shot so well. Advantage to Groot now. And a point for 4-love.
Game, the Groot.
Superb recovery in that service match from Didier de Groot. Again, that semi-final is just beckoning with its finger here. It's just so difficult to counter that shot-making prowess of Didier de Groot, particularly on the backhand side. Excellent connection. Lovely shot that. Now, if you set the chair just even momentarily on the wrong course, it's more than likely that split-second miscalculation will mean you lose the point. But again, it's the mark of the champion that de Groot is. The recovery is instant. 15-all. Almost like a training ground exercise there when the ball is pitched to Groot's side of the net mid-court. And she can just pop those down into the corner all day long, the Dutch woman. 15-30. Just out. 15-40. There's that backhand, too hot to handle. 5-love now. It's just a sense that she was annoyed that she let Otani back into that first set in the manner in which it happened. Again, that lifting of the level, just ruthless mode engaged again by Didier de Groot. The top seed is rediscovering top form. 6-3 and now 5-love. De Groot will serve for a place in the semi-final of the women's singles here at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And she'll know her opponent now. She's going to be heading through, barring a quite spectacular collapse here, or a comeback for the ages from Atani Momoko, against the Brit Jordan Wiley, who's come through in 3 sets against Dana Matthewson. A thrilling deciding set there, lasting 1 hour and 9 minutes, went out to 7-5. That of Wiley, the 4th seed. The Brit had won the opener 6-3. Matthewson, the 8th seed, took the second 6-3. And then it was nip and tuck all the way in the 3rd. So should look at that, De Groot, and think about the extra time on court, the extra exertions of her opponents. At the moment, we're shy of an hour in this match. Finds the shot again to aim the ball back at the chair of Atani Momoko. Nigh on impossible to pick that up and send it back over. Tight on the baseline, and what can she do? Drawn into the net. Well, the answer is tuck the ball home. Double fault number 8 for De Groot. Unforced error number 14. Gives a break point to Atani here. That was long, so no bagel in the second set for De Groot. Exact same thing happened in the first set. Atani Momoko has avoided the whitewash in the second set. That's important for her. Is it any kind of platform here to go on and make this quarter-final more competitive? Tiniest of lifelines. He's back on serve, but trailing 1-5 and a set to love. De Groot made to work belatedly in this second set. 30 love now. Oh,
13.
that's a reminder. That's a settler again from de Groot. Brilliant return. A snap of the wrist. Not something she can replicate.
14, 15.
2 more points for 5-2 now for Otani Momoko. Oh, the dab.
14, 13.
Measured, precise, clinical. Big loop on that, it's long. It's another game for Otani Momoko.
The Groot leads 5 games to 2.
On another day,
For 1 set.
de Groot wins this. 6-love, 6-love. She is going to win, I'm pretty sure of that, but not as emphatically as she may have done. Looks like she's been holding Otani in that stance, that power stance. Blinks once or twice just to let the Japanese 5th seed back into it, have a few more games. Well, the air conditioning tube is a vital tool with temperatures as they are.
Time.
Dida de Groot serving for a place in the women's singles semi-final. Tokyo 2020.
15.
The return never threatening to make it from Otani Momoko. Backhand slice, only halfway up the net, so she's nearly there, de Groot. 30-love. High return, that's out. So match points now. We've had an hour and 3 minutes. Well, they call her Dida de Great, and she has been great here. The Dutch top seed and the favourite for the wheelchair tennis women's singles here at Tokyo 2020 has put Otani Momoko to the sword. 6-3, 6-2 in this quarter-final. And de Groot goes through to face Jordan Wiley of Great Britain in the semi-final. She's looking for this golden slam in 2021, and it's going to take a massive performance from someone to stop it happening. Well, the future's bright, the future's orange, the future, if this quarter-final is anything to go by, is Dida de Groot. 6-3, 6-2. She's knocked out Otani Momoko, the 5th seed from Japan. Probably she'll say it wasn't a perfect performance. Too many errors crept in. If somebody can attack a serve a little bit better, then she might have problems. But de Groot, he felt always in command here against Otani. Hit the front early, almost like a sort of rower who just pulverizes the field over the first 500 to 1,000 meters and then leads from the front and carries it all the way home. You can see the rest of the competition fanning out behind her. That was the case in each of these sets in this quarter-final. But too much, really, all told. Despite the double faults and despite the unforced errors, too many winners, too much advanced shot making. So the centre court programme will continue with the semi-finals in the men's doubles. Hewitt and Reid against Kunieda and Sanada. Great Britain against Japan in that one. And then semi-finals in the quad singles. Sergei Koji against Sam Schroeder. And Dylan Olcott against Niels Vink. So the action coming thick and fast at the Ariake Tennis Park. She can take a breather after an hour and 3 minutes out on court in this quarter-final. Didier de Groot. Well, a learning experience coming up against a really top player, indeed the world #1. And let's be fair, in Didier de Groot, a player who's in pretty much a league of her own at the moment. Not saying you can't get at her, but Otani was unable to do so here. So, part of the learning curve. Story of the match then. Those 9 double faults made by Didier de Groot to 4 from Otani and 15 unforced errors. All about the percentages, really, as far as de Groot was concerned. A superior number of winners and just the whole range of shot making, which has carried her into this semi-final against the #4 seed from Great Britain, Jordan Wiley. So Kamiji Yui through already, and she will face the winner of Wang Ziying and Aniek van Koot. The Dutch with this extraordinary winning tradition in the women's singles. It's set fair to continue as well. High quality performance from Didier de Groot. She's demonstrated exactly why she's the big favourite in the women's singles, and she's rattled off Otani Momoko in straight sets here at the Ariake Tennis Park.
Next match, moments away, we bring our men's doubles semi-final down this to fight for a spot in the Paralympic Games Tokyo 2020 gold medal match. We see the combination of Hewitt, Gordon from Great Britain taking on Shingo and Takashi of Japan.
サッカーのメダルの第3試合は男子ダブルスの準決勝です。さあ、決勝に進むのはどちらのペアになるでしょうか。A 組からアビー・ウェイ、ゴールディーのペア。対するは日本、宮崎も真田隆ペアです。
Didn't compete, was part of like a pick program, which was an inspiration program. I watched the wheelchair tennis final actually. It was like the most amazing thing ever. It's one of the best things. You walk out, whether it's the opening ceremony, or the crowds having the flags and everyone's hands and friends and close up watching. It gives you goosebumps. Just walking out the room, it gives you goosebumps. People like 4 years from this. It's just, it's incredible. 42, unhealthy, amount of time. So I'm not coming off the single doubles, having lost a match, being beaten, being on the podium, expecting to be there, just silver. For me, in the moment itself, for me, kind of nothing. I just want to throw it away. It's horrible. Of course, then I settled. I realised what I'd done, I realised how amazing it was. Ever since that final, I've just been fully focused on the next one. There's a part of me that's sad being a sprinter, like 100 metres, I think would be insane. To be the fastest man on earth, to get a comment on that. And then I think I can have to train because it's boring. You just run in a straight line. That's the training. I don't think I can have the endurance for that. David Weir actually, because he was very successful in what he did. So I don't look up to him. But Ashley, it would be cool if Usain Bolt. Yeah, no offense, Usain Bolt is pretty special.
We are at the beautiful Ariake Tennis Park for day 5 of wheelchair tennis action at the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics. Weather has been hot and humid, but it's a little bit cooler today. We have the roof open and we have our men's doubles semifinal. Men's doubles semi-final action today, and it's going to be an amazing match. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed of Great Britain taking on Kaneda Shingo and Sanada Takashi of Japan, the number 3 seed. Players are making their final preparations, coming from the locker rooms. Just waiting in the hallway that's slightly to the left of your screen. It's a semi-final match with the winner moving on to the gold medal. Looking at a shot of the Team GB here, the coaches, all the trainers, the support team, Japanese team to the left. Getting ready for the introduction of the players. The excitement continues. This first men's semi-final doubles match. There's the Japanese team. Coaches, trainers, nutritionalists, all the above. Japanese team had a fairly big, quick turnaround from a late match that finished earlier, which we'll talk about here in a minute. But right now, we are welcoming the athletes to the center court.
Men's doubles semi-final. Our first athletes, we welcome to center court the number 3 seeds from Japan.
And we are being brought out onto the court by the Japanese team. Coming out first, Kaneda Shingo, followed by Sanada Takashi, number 3 seeds from Japan. Very familiar with this tennis center, obviously, and very familiar with this court.
And their opponents, we welcome to center court, excited to bring them out. The number 1 team in the world representing Great Britain.
And the number 1 seeds and number 1 players in the world, led out by Gordon Reed and Alfie Hewitt following him. Team Great Britain. Number 1 players in the world and the number 1 seed here. We'll get into how they get their rankings and seedings here during the match. We'll talk a little bit about that. Talk about how the tours work. These two are very familiar with each other. They do play together a lot on the tour. These two are actually going for a Grand Slam this year. It's Grand Slam, 4 Grand Slams in the year. If they win all 4 in the same calendar year, it's a Grand Slam. And because there is a Paralympics, there's an opportunity for a Golden Slam. So these two here have a tall order in front of them. They have to get through the Japanese pair first and then another match. Then they have to get through a couple more matches at the US Open as well if they want to do that. But it's definitely something that's in their mind. And if they do that, it would be a Golden Grand Slam. But again, got to get through these two. These two last night had the most amazing doubles match I think I've ever seen. It was one for the books, one that I know that I will always remember. I'm sure that they will always also remember. They got done very early this morning, so it's been about a 12-hour, well, 13, 14-hour turnaround. But they played that first set. First set took them 1 hour and 52 minutes to complete the first set, 7-6 first set. Over a 2.5-hour doubles match strategy. Every shot in the book, I think, was used. And shots that were not even in your typical book were used during the match last night, too. So they've had a quick turnaround. I'm sure they stretched out last night, took care of their bodies, hydrated to get ready for their match today. So we look at the players getting ready. They get ready. They're switching over to either taking prosthetics off or they're switching over to their sports chairs, which you can see here. Great shot and great camera work by our team this week. The camber of the chair is a little different, and then the tip bar in the back also different. Obviously, very dynamic movement, and safety is very important. They have the tip bars in the back, and then also the chair is also designed for their disabilities. So these guys all sit up pretty straight and have a lot of freedom, have a lot of great core strength too. You'll see them strapping themselves in there. We'll see Hewitt just pushing around a little to get warmed up, locking the knees in, locking the shins in, the feet, the quads, and then also usually around the hips as well. Want to become one with the chair so they can get full movement. You will see that in this doubles match. You are going to see a lot of dynamic movement, a lot of dynamic shots, strategy. If you're new to wheelchair tennis, it'll be a different strategy, and we'll go through all the different strategies, techniques during the match at different times. But you will see the full court being used with all sorts of different shots, and you're in for a treat because this is going to be a fantastic match. We have our number 1 seeds against our number 3 seeds in the semifinals. Chair umpire from China, Yan Bo. Chair umpire is going through the rules. 2 out of 3 tie-break sets for this match. They're talking about the time clock in the corner, what will be in between points, changeovers, sets, and for the warm-up. They're also talking about the Hawkeye system, which is a challenge system where if the players do not like the call, they get to challenge, and they get 3 challenges. The customary wheelchair shake and handshake, good luck before. Love it. It's an amazing show of sportsmanship. I think every tennis player should be doing that before their matches. So Hawkeye, they get 3 challenges per set. If the set goes to a tiebreaker, then they get an additional challenge. If by any chance they lose and they don't get it right, then they lose the challenge. See the previous results here. Kaneda and Sanada, first round against the French team, Cataneo and Mengui, 1 and 6-1, 6-1. Second round, which was the amazing match last night from the Dutch team, Carlos Anka and Ruben Spagaren, 7-6, 6-3. It was a 2.5-hour match.
He's currently ranked number 1 in the world for singles, number 5 in the world for doubles. Please welcome Kaneda Shingo.
Introducing the players here. Kanyeda Shingo, 37 years old, current world ranking of number 5. Let's talk about this. 21 Grand Slam titles in doubles and a Masters, which is the year-end championships as well. He also owns a gold medal from the 2004 Athens Games in doubles. Sanada Takashi here, 37 years old. World ranking currently of number 11. He has 40 doubles titles, so again, very confident doubles player himself. Played third-time Paralympian here, played in the 2012 London and 2016 Rio Games. They had a hard-fought match last night, hard-fought. It'll be a very different style today that they're playing against. They will not see the style and the strategy that they saw yesterday, so they're going to need to adjust a little bit. Take a look at the previous results for the Brits. First round against the Austrian team of Thomas Flax, Nico Langman. Very straightforward, 6-0, 6-0. Sorry, first round match was a bye. Then in the quarterfinals, they beat the Belgium team of Joe Gerard and Jeff Van Dorp, 6-2, 6-2. Again, tough team, the Belgium team. Very tough, but straightforward win. Introducing Alfie Hewitt that you're seeing on your screen right now, 23 years old, current doubles ranking number 1, 61 doubles titles in total. Owns the silver, in London. They are going for the Golden Grand Slam and the Grand Slam. His partner, Gordon Reed, 29 years old, current world ranking number 2, so the first top two doubles players in the world. Titles, again, 16 Grand Slam doubles titles, 3 Masters end of the years, and also, along with his doubles partner, has that silver medal in 2016 in London. As you can see, just by the stats, just by all the information about the amount of Grand Slam titles that we have playing on this court, Sanada does not have that to his name, but a fine player in his own right and will be part of this amazing match today. But you can see that just by all that, the level and the quality of matches we will have today. When they were tossing the coin, the players that won the toss could elect to do a couple different things. They can choose to serve or return. If they don't want to choose either one of those, they would choose the end, which again comes into play when you have the sun and the wind. And then your opponent gets to choose whether they want to serve or return, or you can say, I actually don't care, you guys can pick. So usually I don't see that happen very often. Players taking a short break back at their chairs, at the benches, just to take a last sip of water. Umbrellas out for the first time today, as they have not been out on the center court due to the roof being closed for the week, due to the extreme heat rules and regulations that have been put into place. But today, slightly cooler. Actually expecting a little rain later today, so if that happens, this center court does have a retractable roof. So the roof will close, takes about 15 minutes for it to close, and play will be able to continue. We are in for an exciting match. Men's doubles semifinals. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, #1 seeds, taking on the Japanese pair of Kenyeda Shingo and Sanada Takashi from Japan, #3 seeds. And it's Alfie Hewitt that's going to start us off. That's a great point. You're going to see a lot of points like that there. And we'll go into strategy if you're just watching, turning this on for the first time and have never seen wheelchair tennis. 2 bounces are allowed. That's the only rule difference. Quite a few strategy and technical differences, which you can see by just the setup here. But players a lot of times don't need the 2 bounces, but they do have it and they will use it if necessary. Slice from Hewitt there. Kenyeda just slightly over pushing that, getting a little close to it. Reid will stay back now. He was going into a what would be the equivalent of serve and volley if you're standing, but on the second serve stays back. It's an unbelievable backhand and point from the Brits. See the Brits moving so well together. They really move as one. When one goes out wide, the other one covers it right up the middle, which you have to do. But they just both communicate. They've played together so much. They communicate so well together about how they're going to move, and they know what shots they're going to hit. So they're able to move quicker due to that. That's a great serve that set up that point for the Brits. Nice easy hold for Hewitt to get on the board in the first set. You take a note of the differences in the setup of the point in the beginning. So when you're playing tennis standing up in doubles, you should have one up, one back, it's called. And the server is going to be obviously serving from the baseline, and then their partner will be up at the net. If you're receiving, the person that their partner's receiving, but then the partner who's receiving is a little further back but still at the net. But what happens in wheelchair tennis, that does not happen. What they do is they start back and they work their way in. One of the reasons is that you won't see the players backing up too much, pushing themselves backwards. They will actually go forwards and do a figure 8 move and then turn their back on the court, which is something that you just don't see in standing tennis either. The only time you're going to turn your back to the court in standing is if you're running down a lob. So it's very different. If you can see here the setup, you got the 2 Brits just moving, ready to return. They're going to look to come forwards, but then they're turning right back and recovering. And see Shingo move forwards on that, kind of coming in, looking to take something out of the air, which he did there. Just let that ball drop a little too low. Probably shouldn't have taken a swing volley, was just needed a regular volley there. but they're never going to just stay at the net. They'll come in, they'll look to pick off a volley if they can, and then they'll back out by doing a figure 8 type movement. So they've got their backs to the court. One of the good returns in wheelchair tennis is 2. In singles, it's a return down the line. Won't see too many of those in the doubles. And then also trying to go deep. The player's moving forwards. Doesn't have great momentum, so it's really hard to get out and get back into position again. You're already going forward, so that return deep to the chair, to the player's feet, is very positive in wheelchair tennis. See Kaneda there actually pushing backwards a little bit, and then he just didn't have his body in the right position to do much with that next ball. Good point. Oh, Sonata going for the inside out again. That's one of his favorite shots. Lots of winners over there yesterday, but good hands there by Reed. Not that solid, but he was, it's always, that's where he got stuck a little bit on those, but just solid enough. Doesn't have to do too much with the volley, and that sets up 2 break points for the British team. Still another break point. Hewitt wishes he could have that ball back. Just an unforced error. Serve wasn't too strong. It's a good shot there. So if you look at it too, we'll talk a little bit about the grips, but seeing on that one there, Hewitt just having to take the ball above his head, and he does it all the time. It's one of his strengths. He can do it so well. However, constantly up there, it's tough to do it. Good fight from the Japanese team to bring us back to deuce. Nice serve from Kaneda. Not as powerful as some of the other servers on the tour, Kaneda, but very high percentage, good spin, and good direction too. Pace off of that. That's the sort of balls that Kaneda and Sonata had to deal with yesterday. And so Kaneda has a lot of practice. He just took his time on that backhand, rolled it, took some pace off, kind of threw Reed off just a little bit on his timing on that one. It was a good hold after being down 2 break points. And we're at 1-1. Going to see Reed for serving for the first time, left-handed player. Reed knew he was in trouble there. Didn't do enough with that first volley and then got caught in no man's land. And that's the issue of coming in a wheelchair, in a chair right there. If you see, he just got out of position, just not able to make that quick movement up at the net. But great shot by Sanada. Sanada's heavy topspin will roll it, can roll it cross court, can roll it inside out. Oh, good play there. Nice hands from Reed on the 2 volleys before. Just came right to his chair, but just put his racket there, opened his racket face. Didn't have to do too much. Really good touch. That's the shot that set up that point. Oh, great point from the Brits there. Amazing. That's where I said at the beginning, you're going to see every possible shot, angle, use of the court in this match here. That first touch, right, that touch there from Reed, again, same as what we saw a minute ago when he picked up the half volley, just did the same thing there. These guys will stay back and go high and heavy, but they're always looking to come forwards. Third time from Reed. Again, amazing touch right there. Just racket in front, racket head up, and see him coming in. See if we can grab this one right here. Just didn't even do anything with it. He just totally put the racket right there and let the ball coming towards him do all the work. And another amazing touch there. Again, on fire, the British team. Again, Reed, just his chair skills, maneuverability skills, and then the hands up at the net are just amazing. And Hewitt, just as good also. That was a great point by both teams, but the Brits just coming out on top. Brits really dynamic up at the net, really controlling the net when they get up there. And they lead 2-1. Watching that highlight, see the ball right in the middle there that Reed probably could have got, but they just know each other so well that they knew that Hewitt was better to take that and then just keep coming forwards. That's where playing together and just understanding each other, know where each other's going to move, really, really does help. These guys have actually played against each other, believe it or not. On the tour, this doesn't happen all the time. But they have played once in 2019 in the Japan Open, excuse me, Japan Open, and the Japanese team won 6-4 in the third. So that's the type of match we're in for. What happens on the tour is that you get into the Grand Slams and the year-end championships based on your rankings. Now for the Grand Slams, it's based on your singles ranking. So because Reed and Hewitt are within the top 7, then they get to play with each other a lot. But because Sanada's out of that top 7, that's Kaneda cannot really play with him. So that's why this British team has a little bit more experience than probably anybody in the field together. The other ones that have the other experience like that have got 2 players within that top 7 for a long time is the French team of Houdet and Pfeiffer that are at the bottom of the draw. Oh, good point there by Sanada, way in the back, being pushed back. Hewitt knew it was good to come in because he was being pushed back all the way, but Sanada did a great job of just rolling it right to the feet and the chair of Hewitt, who was unable to pick it up.
Wait, please.
Just waiting for the ball person to grab the ball that went off. Again, amazing play there by the Brits. Hewitt setting it up with the backhand and Reed just knowing exactly where to move. That's all movement right there. I mean, again, what does he do with his racket? Not much. Just opens his racket face, lets the ball just basically pop off. But again, that point was not, that was the winner, but it was set up with just knowing where each other's moving. Oh, what an incredible point again by the Japanese. Those are the type of points they had last night. They're used to that, but that was an incredible point. Sanada making a couple of amazing gets off Reed's volleys and drop shots, but really, really fast pushing to it. An incredible point. Again, use of angles, use of drop shots, use of different spins. We're only in the fourth game and we've seen all of this. See the movement of Hewitt and Reed, just constantly moving. And they know where each, as I said, they know where each other moving. They'll hit and then they'll go to the other side and they're not even telling each other. They just know to cover. Again, I mean, Reed at this point has barely missed a volley. Lights out right now for Reed. Just sliced it that time, thought it's coming in again. I mean, how low again is that volley? The volley's way, way at the bottom of his chair. Just opens a racket face, uses the pace coming towards him. Oh, Cañedo wants that back. Both teams working hard for every point right now. Yeah, he's talking about that, saying about what they should be doing. It's again based on time. The harder they hit it, the less time their partner has to recover. See both players returning really deep in the court. And then, ooh. Yeah, and as soon as you see one of the, and this happens in doubles, whether you're standing or playing in a chair. If your partner goes to one side, then you should be going towards the middle. It's like you're on a string and you're following each other. Go short, you go short. In wheelchair tennis, it's a little bit different. But if you go wide, you come to the middle and you cover it. And these are what these guys do so well. Sometimes it's good just to take your eyes off of hitting. Don't worry about where the ball's going, and watch where these guys are moving and how they're moving and why they're moving. It's a great point. Again, overheads in playing in a chair is very, very hard. You're taught when you learn to play tennis and hit an overhead, first thing you need to do is turn your shoulders, turn your feet. But in a chair, very difficult to do that. So sometimes those balls that look super easy are actually really difficult. So Reed does a great job there, not doing too much with it, and then easy volley.
Wait, please.
Players, when they're playing this level, the double fault is very irritating for them. It's the only shot in tennis that you can say, nah, I don't want to hit that. I don't like where it's at. Can't stop in the middle of a rally and say, don't want that. But you can on the serve. You can toss the ball up as many times as you want until it's in the perfect position. Ooh.
30-50.
Again, incredible movement by the Brits, just able to cover each other and know where they're going. Just a little out there. Hewitt leaning back a little too much. Hewitt sometimes those mistakes will creep in. He's got such a big game, and sometimes when you've got the big game, that's when mistakes do creep in, some unforced errors, but that unforced error gives the Japanese team a break point. A little bit of a sloppy game from the Brits gives the Japanese team a break of serve. And we're at 3-2 in the first set. If you're new to wheelchair tennis and want to check some very cool stuff out, just very recently, Gordon Reed and Kaneda Shingo had a talk and about a 20-minute interview and chat with the all-time great Roger Federer. They talked everything. They talked wheelchair tennis, they talked standing tennis, they talked life. Very, very cool. If you want to spend a few minutes and go listen to it, it just dropped this week. It was actually quite funny because Kaneda asked Roger Federer how he could get better on grass. So, but the guys were just, the wheelchair players, Reed and Kaneda, were saying that after the Wimbledon season, Wimbledon's very hard, the grass season, on the wheelchair players because it's the one surface that's harder to push through. So they said that they were coming out buff after the season and also very tired. So, but great conversation with three incredible champions. Hewitt pulling up off of that backhand a little bit, not staying over the ball. around the net. What fight from both teams there. Kaneda hitting a ball around the net. Still loses the point right there. Oh, it went just over the corner of the net, but just not able to get it back. Sanada there. Again, the Brits just with superior movement. That's an unbelievable point again. Just so good. Just moving forwards. Easy volley. Reed's on fire with his volleys right now. Opening up the court, covering each other. Both of them were coming forwards in that point. I mean, the spin again on that volley, he smiles on that one. That one he definitely cut on the inside somewhat. Takes this one and then gets the backhand here, gets it right at his body and really just drops his racket head on that one. That's the first time he's actually dropped his racket head. Got on the inside of the ball, but was able to create an incredible inside-out backhand angle volley. And that gives them, the Brits 2 break points.
Here we rate. Here we really lead 4 games to 2.
Again, there's that double fault. Only one double fault right now per team. But the biggest difference are the winners. The Brits have had 10 more winners than the Japanese team. Saw last night the Japanese team fight through against the Dutch team and long, tedious points. And they're obviously very consistent. You've got the best player ever in the history of men's tennis with Kaneda Shingo. And Sanada's just as good as in his own right too, as are the other two. But the one thing that they do lack compared to the Brits is the firepower. So the Brits are just as consistent as Kaneda and Sanada. However, the winners have come, most of them have actually come at the net. Definitely coming forwards more, and when they do come forwards, their volleys are just superb. Yeah, that's a good point. A wrong play there by Reed. He probably should have gone down the line on that ball. He thought Kaneda was coming across, tried to hit the angle, but Kaneda actually didn't get across quick enough. So it actually helped him on that. Look at that again. Wow. Unbelievable point there from the Brits. Again, the movement and the covering of each other there. I mean, Reed does a great job here. They're going to switch. He knew that the net person couldn't get it, but Hewitt was there, and he was able to counter it with an incredible angle off the forehand. 12-2 for total winners. Very, very high quality match here. Attempting to serve and volley there off the first serve, but will not do that off the second serve. Wow. It's going to get to it now. Again, just using the court amazingly well, and Reed coming up with the volley. Knew that was going to go there. Best part is that actually if he had a little bit more room, Kaneda, to push, he may have gotten to that, but Reed knows that the bench is there and the side's there, so he just taking some pace off and putting it over there. Again, he's just unstoppable. I think I mean, he's laughing at it too. He's just like, okay, I see it. I see the ball. I know what I've got to do with it. And the Japanese team, if they're going to turn this around, need to stop hitting to Reed when he's at the net. And see Kaneda on that one there. Just look at the boys and go, yeah, okay. 5-2 to the British team against the Japanese team of Kaneda and Sanada. The Brits keep this up, they're going to be very, very hard to beat. As I said, this team here has to just look at their strategies just a little bit. I don't honestly know what else they could do, except maybe try and come forwards more. The Brits are just so aggressive, and then they're coming forwards. Those 14 winners, most of those are off of Reed's volleys. Nice. Hewitt very comfortable moving forwards to that. Again, when he gets up to that short ball, still net clearance over, still rolls it, still good. Good arc over the net. High percentage. Doesn't have to go for a line, but still creates the same effect. Miss hit there from Hewitt. The Japanese team's not going to go away without a fight, that's for sure. We saw that last night. They figured out a way. Nice. Beautiful shot. Reed coming in, then taking the swing volley. So the swing volley is when you take the ball out of the air, but you take a swing at it. So just like a ground stroke, but you're not letting the ball bounce. You don't see it a huge amount in wheelchair tennis, but we saw it a lot last night from Kaneda. We've seen a couple already today.
15, 14.
Good chip return by Reed, just putting the ball in play. Sonata going for a little too much, and that gives the British team 2 set points. And they'll take that double fault. And Hewitt Reed take the first set against Kaneda and Sonata, 6-2. Looking at set 1 stats, biggest number there is total winners 16-2 and only 4 unforced errors. Really very, very solid first set from the British team. They're just going to be content to keep doing that. Reed's going to be happy with his volleys, his low volleys. And the Japanese team need to look at it a little bit here and figure out what they need to do to change. Beautiful backhand from Hewitt.
Second set, go off, Huey to serve.
That changeover there, the British team just needing to stay very relaxed, do what they're doing, don't have to try too much more. And the Japanese need to figure out what their strategy is going to be. Just a tall order for the Japanese team because the Brits are just playing so very solid, just not giving up many free points, and then also are just able to really take it up a next level with the amount of weapons that they actually have in their toolbox.
Let's second service.
One of the few unforced errors from Hewitt and swing volley. Again, a difficult shot to hit when it's coming from a high trajectory. Got to time it right. Want it to be above the height of the net so you can really drive through it. That's a great lob from Kaneda there. Hewitt just not doing quite enough with that volley. Again, very tough shot. In wheelchair tennis there, you often see when someone's come to the net just pushing it over their head. Yep. Catches the outside of the line. Oh, and they're challenging it. Put the outside of it. He figures that he may as well challenge, laughing. I think even with the British team up there, he's like, yeah, no. Well inside the line.
30.
Players actually are incorrect 70 to 80% of the time. Players sometimes think, we know, you can feel it, but you actually don't. Hewitt getting a great angle on that last shot, but Sanada's ready for that. So actually Sanada ended up hitting a backhand on that side just because he read it so well and he was right there. But good start to the second set. First set 6-2 and already up 1-0 in the second set.
Shingo Kuneda to serve.
Oh, Kaneda trying to do his own version there of that volley, but just goes for a little too much. This is the danger zone right here after you lose that first set. And you have to change your strategy somewhat. I mean, if you don't, you're going to probably lose again. So sometimes you try to do a little bit more with your shots, and then that's when the unforced errors come in. I mean, if you can hit an ace like that, that's even better. Don't have to worry about too much strategy with that. Again, not a massive serve, but placement and spin very, very good. First ace of the match. Notice that Kaneda has not yet pulled out the underhand serve, which he did last night numerous times in his doubles match. That's a great point there. I think Sanada hit the mic at the back. Yep, that's where he went back and hit it. Sanada had a few run-ins last night as well. With the backdrop and the side banners. But again, Reed's volley there set up the easy cross court for Hewitt. Again, can take as many of those tosses and not hit them as he wants. It's a great forehand. That's definitely one of Sanada's best shots. That inside-out forehand. Inside-out forehand is when you move around the backhand. He didn't have to move around too much, just one push, but hits it inside out. Really important point here for the Japanese team. They definitely want to get on the board in the second set at this point. Yeah, he wants that back. You don't see too many of those unforced errors from Kaneda. Just a little out. I think he said challenge it.
Advantage for
Nope.
Canada.
Nope, he did not. I thought he said he wanted to challenge it. And they knew where it was going again. Same point. Exactly the same point. Take that swinging volley. He's gonna go again, and he knows that he's just gonna go short angle, just out of the player's reach. It's in. Kept it in. Again, getting out of the way of that volley. Reed even saying good job to him. That very high level tennis. Going backwards. Hewitt going backwards while he's hitting that, but again, just keeps the racket nice and firm. He absorbs the power that's coming towards him, and that gives the Brits a break point.
Deuce.
But we're back to deuce. Good point. Again, Hewitt coming in there, taking a beautiful backhand swinging volley this time. And he could see that Kaneda had turned his back, so he just aimed it basically right for the back of Kaneda's chair and sets up another break point opportunity. And that's the break, an early lead for the Brits in this second set. Again, super high quality, 2-0 as we see on the scoreboard. Very, very high quality, low unforced errors, lot of winners.
Lafferty.
Another great swinging volley. Forehand there from Hewitt, always looking to come in when he sees the opportunity. Beautiful, beautiful shot there, beautiful setup. The benefits of a lefty serve here. You're playing, it always says that lefties have a little bit of an advantage. The reason they have an advantage is that a lot of times is that the important points, except the 40-15s, are paid from the ad side. That's a great return though. So all the important points said except the 40-15s are played from the ad side. And so if you're left-handed with the slice serve, it's also going, usually if you're playing the right-handed person, it is going out to the right-handed person's backhand here. So just always an advantage. But the last 2 points, the Brits have looked to serve and volley and come in. Wow. They just cannot miss anything right now. They're seeing the ball. A lot of times when people talk about in tennis about you're in the zone, these guys are in the zone right now. But what does that truly mean? That means a lot of times just so you're not thinking, you're just playing, you're hitting. You don't have to think too much. And these guys are doing the same. They're just swinging away. They're seeing the court. You see the court and the ball, it's like the ball's in slow motion too. So these guys are definitely finding a zone. They're locked and loaded in, and they have a 3-0 lead in the second set. The Japanese team are in trouble at this point, and obviously with a set and 3-0 down, but they really need to change their strategy, and they really haven't been able to do that yet in the second set. Brits really, as I said, just in the zone, seeing the ball. Balls probably seem to be moving very slowly. That's what happens when you're in that zone. Kind of like I would say in basketball when you're able just to make all those like three pointers where the ball just seems like it's super small and the basket's really big. It's kind of the same in tennis where the court is just so big, the ball is slow, and you're able to do whatever you want. But the Japanese team need to think about changing strategy. I mean, they need to, I would say, move forwards, try to be a little bit more aggressive because they're just getting out-hit from the baseline. They're not able to do as much. The British team is just moving in. They'll take that, though. That's a... Ooh. Reed going outside the court there, knocking over a few chairs in his way. Couldn't do enough with that volley, and Sonata gets an amazing angle there. He reads it, that's for sure. I mean, he knew where that was going, but just didn't have enough space on the court to get there. That's an unbelievable point again. Perfectly set up. You see the Brits there just really just taking their time. They're okay. There's Hewitt staying back more. Not saying all the time, but Hewitt staying back. Reed's the one that's looking to come forwards to try to pick off the volley there. But then when we do get a short ball, Hewitt is able just to roll it. One of the few unforced errors. 25 total winners for the Brits and 8 unforced errors. It's a great way around to be. The Japanese team desperately want to try and do whatever they can to win this game to get on the board here. They definitely don't want a 4-0 deficit. It's all right, just a little lack of focus there from the British team. Gets the Japanese team on the board. Brits still up 3-1 in the second set, and I say easy first set. It was nothing, it was not easy. Nothing easy about the first set. They had to work really hard for it. The only thing easy about the first set was the score. There comes Reed. Again on that one there, Hewitt and Reed was probably the first bit of miscommunication there, but Hewitt takes it and pushes forward. So you can see when one's pushing forward, the other one's staying back. So that's obviously to get the lobs and to get anything that goes deep. Not too many unforced errors, but a few creeping in here from the Brits. One of the reasons you'll see the heavier, loopier balls from these guys is that, especially when one of them's at the net, they need to really give their partners time to recover back. So that's one of the reasons that you'll see it too. When if you've got one up trying to look to come forwards, you won't see them flatten it out as much as standing tennis, because they need to give their partners a little bit more time and themselves to recover. Wow. Oh, and he's still in. That's a great point. Great point, great movement, great use of angles, opening up the court. The backhand angle there from Kenyatta, but the get here from Reed is just as impressive, but that really opened up the court for Sanada. Kenyatta hit a backhand volley winner like that last night as well, with his back pretty much to the court. Important point, important game for both players and teams here. The Brits would love to hold serve and go up 4-1. 3-2 gets a little dodgy, a little tight. Oh, just goes for a little too much, feeling the pressure there. He wanted that one. He wants that one back. He would like that one back. Say that. Talking about where to serve and what they're going to do, but they are going to do make serve and volley play. They probably won't on the second serve. Again, the reason that they do that is because of a return of a first serve, you're never really looking to attack it. It's more of a counter attack. But a second serve, they are really looking to attack. And that's a great point there. A little bit in danger there. If that lob had gone a little bit more, they would have been in trouble, but lob was just not good enough. And Hewitt with an easy overhead winner and a hold for a set and 4-1 lead. It's been a great semifinal so far. The other half of the draw in the men's doubles. These are the 1 and 3 seeds. The other half is the 2 and 4. Those are actually randomly picked, not for any reason there. But the Dutch team of Egbrink and Scheffers are taking on Houdet and Pfeiffer. So the winner of this match will take on the winner of that match for the gold medal. The loser of this match pops into the bronze medal match. We'll take on the loser of the other match for the bronze medal. Talked about the heat here in Tokyo. It has been hot. It still is hot and humid. You can see the players there. They are cooling themselves down. Kaneda with the ice pack that's going all over his face. Last cut, there's the cooling as well, whereas it's just ice cold, basically air that's air conditioning unit that's on each bench for the players to cool down.
Time.
Seen lots of matches here on, see the roof is open right now, but lots of matches on the center court. The roof actually has been closed, but today is the first day that it's been started and it's open. Good hustle again. Sonata into that side drop. And again, another read volley that we saw so many of in the first set. Again, just moving in. Again, that time just opens up the racket face just a tad to get the angle. It's just so difficult every time you know that you're going to be rolling into the side and outside the court. Very difficult to play off of that type of ball. Again, the touch there, it's just I mean, Reed has been on fire with those shots today. Just the soft touch balls, been really good. Again, Kaneda pushing to that. Oh, so close, but just couldn't quite get there. Love to know what he just thought and what he just said on that one there. How many times are you going to hit that shot to me today? That's probably what he's thinking and saying. Nice. It's one of the things that Hewitt does so well too, taking that ball on the rise. Taking the ball on the rise, very, very difficult for any player because the ball is still moving up and you've got to get to it and hit through it. And it jumps out of it's not in your strike zone for a very long time and it's still moving up. So very hard to hit that ball on the rise, but he does that so well. Ooh. Not going to challenge that. Nope, he knew it was out. Again, swinging volley there, or drive volley, where you take it out of the air without it bouncing, but you're swinging. He let that drop a little bit low, so he had to roll it and just caught it slightly late too. Sonata likes that one there, though. Not enough with that ball coming in. Just actually catches a little bit late and just can't do enough with it. So many of those the last 2 days from Sonata. Again, another drop shot there from Reed. Look, they got to give him the racket. But that one there actually went fairly high, but had so much underspin on it that it just stopped and just died right there. And Kaneda almost goes over the net, tries to throw his racket to get there, but to no avail. And that gives the Brits a 5-1 lead in the second set. That score is not what you would look like. You see that score and say 6-2, 5-1. It's been an hour and 24 minutes match so far, and very, very tough. The British guys have really had to work for it and actually played superbly. Kaneda was expecting a short ball then, just moved in, and Hewitt. It's a nice simple ball, and Kaneda's not able to control that one. They're 3 points away from moving into the gold medal match. It's a good hustle from Sanada. It's a good hustle there from the Japanese. Again, Sanada was seeing beyond the signs of the court on the side. Just trying to retrieve a lot of the balls that he's getting there. The guys are just using the angles phenomenally well. Oh, just a little wide there. Good hands again from Reed at the net. Actually moving backwards when he took some of those volleys. I've said many times that they don't move back too much. Every once in a while they will, if they don't have a lot of time, or if they're just kind of holding and need to get some momentum, so they may. Oh, nice play. Simple sub and volley play there from the British guys. It's good serve moving forwards. And that gives the British team 2 match points. The British boys are into the final and the gold medal match. Solid match from them. 6-2, 6-1. Points not like what the score says there, but played amazingly well. Solid match. And definitely highlights there is Reed and his volleys. Not saying anybody else, but that Hewitt didn't hold up his end. He certainly did. They both played very solid, but the amount of winners and the amount of confidence at the net and around the net, definitely from Gordon Reed. As we see the result there, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed, #1 seeds in control and won the match 6-2, 6-1 against the team of Kaneda Shingo and Sanada Takashi, the 3rd seed, and they move on to the gold medal match. Get their customary picture there of them fist pumping. Still a good effort from the Japanese team. Again, seeing the match winners here. Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed, #1 seeds. Just listening to them talk there, but what a match for them. Nice solid match. And there it was, and that gives them a spot in the gold medal match. It's a very, very solid match. Yeah, telling them, use your mind. You certainly did. So smart the way they play, the way that they know each other's games and how they move. They need to go cool down, stretch out, and we will see them in a few days in the gold medal match. Japanese team there have to be okay with their play. They came away with an amazing victory last night. Harder for them to come back 14 hours later after the torturous, I would say, doubles match last night. 2.5 hours in the doubles match. But come back and play these two. It was hard to wake up in the morning, think, yay, we got through that. And then you play the #1 team in the world, and they played pretty much perfectly well. See the vests there, cooling vests. Got some ice in them just to cool them down a little bit. Officials preparing for the next match. Got 2 great matches coming up. These guys get to go see how they did, look at their stats, which are pretty solid, and enjoy their day and prepare for the final. Get to look at the match stats. The boys will be happy with these. The total winners 30-10. That was really saying it. The Japanese team just didn't have as much firepower as needed. And the Brits only had 10 unforced errors too, so really good numbers there. They'll be happy with that. Really solid serves, really solid numbers on that. And as they look forward into their gold medal match there, they get to wait for the winner of Egbrink and Sheffers, taking on Houdet and Pfeiffer. And then the bronze medal match, Kaneda and Sanada will take on the losers of that match too. So they'll be excited. They're into their gold medal match here in Tokyo 2020. British team all smiles after that win, and so they should be as they move into the gold medal match. And very solid win with 30 winners, and they will go away happy with that and prepare for their finals. We are at the beautiful Ariake Tennis Park Center Court for day 5 of wheelchair tennis action at the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics. Weather here, Story, has been hot and humid, but today we are playing with the roof open, and players will have to deal with the heat, which they've done the whole time, but they are used to it.
Next match will be shortly here on Semifinal semifinal. We're going out.
We have a great match coming up, quad singles semifinals. Sugeno Koji, number 6 in the world, taking on the Dutch youngster Sam Schroeder, number 2 in the world. Watch as the chair comes out along with the lines, and also the ball persons. Players are getting ready to come in.
Quad singles semifinal. Our first athlete we introduced to center court, making his Paralympic debut, having his birthday on opening ceremony night, representing Japan.
Coming out of the tunnel right now, we welcome our first player, Sugeno Koji of Japan, 40 years old. Just heard that he celebrated his 40th birthday on opening ceremonies. Take a second to look around, take it all in the semifinals. And next out is our number 2 seed, the Dutch youngster, 21 years old, Sam Schroeder. He takes a second, looks around. You can see in his eyes the smile that's under that mask. Even though he's focusing, just really soaking in the moment. His first Paralympics and into the semifinals. Players will take the next probably 3 to 4 minutes to get ready, get out of their everyday chair into their tennis chair. We usually get great looks of the tennis chair from behind. The camera crew doing a fantastic job here. Chair's a little different. The camber of the Tahaya is different, where you see it, and then the tip bar also. Tip bar in the back. Usually don't have any on their everyday chairs, but because of how dynamic the players are and the chair has to be for safety reasons, it's obviously there. And then you'll also see the different straps that both players will get putting on here. Do have 3 different classifications in wheelchair tennis. You have men and women. And then the quad division, which is what we're on right now, where the players have some kind of disability within their upper body. Notice on this one you won't see it as much because both players have fairly good core strength. But some of the players that don't have the core strength, they have higher backs on their chairs. Both these players, really good core strength. You'll see them locking their feet into positions. Sugaina's actually locking the toe and the ankle in. All these chairs specifically designed for each individual player. You can see where the right foot and left foot is positioned differently. You see the straps go across the hips and then sometimes across the shins as well. Really want to be moving as one with the chair to be as dynamic and fast as they can be. You can see Schroeder here getting ready to fix his racket as well. So Sam uses you see him put all these different products and tape onto his hands and fingers. And then Sam will actually tape his racket, and actually it's not really tape, but it is in a way, to his hand as well. So once that racket is attached to the hand, then there's no moving the racket. So you'll see some technical differences here in the quads, which we'll talk about as well. Sam will actually use the same grip once he has his racket in position. So for his serve, his volleys, his forehand, his backhand, he will use the same grip. That's very different than in standing, where you use usually two grips, the same grip for the serve and the backhand and the volleys, and then a different grip for the forehand. Also, obviously hot and humid. We are under a heat rule right now, not suspension, but a heat rule. So because the weather is a certain temperature of above 28 degrees right now, if they split set, so one set all, then both players can agree to have a 20-minute break. They don't have to. If they agree that they don't want it, then they don't need to. But you can see Sugaina already trying to cool down, spraying face and also hands. Have a few minutes here. Again, there's not really a time limit on how to set up. So you see the attachment to Sam's hand where he's actually attached it to the racket, and then he's going to lock his hand in. So you see some of the other quads actually tape the racket to the hand. This one here is an attachment to Sam's racket. Chair umpire from Tunisia, Yassine Lekdar. He's going over the rules. 2 out of 3 tiebreak sets. Players will have 5 minutes to warm up. There is a time clock in each corner where they have to serve within the 25 seconds, have to be in their service motion. Change of ends. They have time and their warm up. 5 minutes with a 3-minute warning, a 2-minute warning, and a 30-second warning. He's also going to toss this coin. Whoever wins gets to elect to either serve or receive. Receive, I think Sugaina just said receive. The customary good luck there, which is fantastic. I think it should be done in all sports and standing tennis, which it's not. Or the player can choose the ends. The ends are more important if it's really sunny or windy. The player may want to stay facing the sun for the first game and then have 2 games not with the sun. We look at his previous results here. First round, defeated Kim of Korea 6-0, 6-0, and then took out David Wagner of the US 6-4, 6-2. That was definitely a little bit of an upset with Wagner being on the podium in the last couple of Paralympics. But obviously left-handed too. 40 years old, world ranking of number 6, 18 career titles. The last one he lost in the semifinals, his last tournament, the British Open, in July of 21 to Andy Lapthorne. So had some really good results recently. Left-handed, as you can see. And there's the Japanese team. Coaches, mental strength coaches, athletic trainers. Very comfortable, obviously, here, being the host nation. Take a look at Sam Schroeder. His road to the semifinals. Sadon from Israel, 6'1", 6'2", and then Heath Davidson from Australia, 6'2", 6'1". Again, very straightforward matches. 21 years old. Sam Schroeder, number 2 in the world. Recently, he's had a stellar year. Started last year at the US Open, where he received a wild card into the US Open. So the quads were a 4 draw and 3 direct acceptances. He received a wild card, and he came out and won the tournament, defeating Dylan Olcott in the final. Since then, he has played in all the other Grand Slams also. He won in US Open 2020. That's his coach, Joop. In 2021 in Australia, he came in second to Dylan Olcott. At the French Open, he came in second to Mr. Dylan Olcott. And at Wimbledon, he came in second to Mr. Dylan Olcott. So, but really done really well this year as well. His last tournament also was the British Open in July, where he actually won it as well. So definitely full of confidence. Improved a lot in the last year. Really rose up the rankings, as I said, before the US Open last year. But is going to have a tough match today against Sugeno. Remaining. Sugeno actually did win the toss, so Schroeder will kick us off in this match, serving. It's not abnormal to see that in wheelchair tennis, where the serve is not actually the weapon, it's more the return of serve. Just due to the height of the players and the trajectory over the net. Players have 30 seconds remaining. They'll head to take another serve maybe, Sam, and head to the bench. Cool off real quick. Cool off, not cool off. Can't cool off in 30 seconds, I apologize. Take a quick sip. Towel off is what I meant to say. And just think about the match. And we're off. We're ready for the singles, quad singles, men's. Sorry, quad singles. Sam Schroeder of the Netherlands taking on Sugeno Koji of Japan.
Play.
Sugeno looking to move forwards early on that, stay aggressive. Always the first couple games takes a few minutes to get just nerves out and to understand your opponent. Good serve these two
30 love.
have played, and Schroeder's up 7-1 head-to-head right now. The last time they played was in February, where Schroeder won in 3 sets. They're both familiar with each other's games. Just takes them a few games to get into a rhythm.
The 30-15. Game Schroeder.
Nice first service game for Schroeder there. Always good to get that first game under your belt. Just really takes a lot of the pressure off. Didn't have to do too much. Sugena just had some easy misses off the return of serve. Sure nerves for both these players. Both their first Paralympics. Sugena doing a good job of getting the ball up over Schroeder's head there, which is very difficult to play. It's difficult for anybody to play out of their strike zone, and up above the head is very difficult to play. Good point from Sugena, looking to move forwards. Schroeder just not able to control that last ball. Look at the grips a little bit, and we'll talk about the serve because it is going to come into play here somewhat, where Sugena's serve has a lot of slice on it. So he's able to, he uses a continental grip. And what he does is he's tossing the ball, because he's lefty, he's tossing the ball slightly to his left, and he's coming around the outside of the ball. So he's getting quite a lot of spin on that, as opposed to when we see Schroeder serve with his grip and how he's got his racket attached to his hand. It will be very different. He doesn't get a lot of spin on his serve. It's a good shot though from Sugena, looking to be very aggressive. So after the serve here, you're going to see Sugena change his grip. Both these players are on their forehand side playing with a semi-western grip. They have to, pretty much have to be in there. Don't have to be, but a lot of players are due to pushing. Great point and great push by Schroeder to save that point. He was out of it, but made a great point. So when they push, they need their hands flat and their racket flat. And you can see by Schroeder there, he's said he's not changing his grips in any way. So what happens is he's got a huge amount of topspin on his forehand, which they both do. shot from Sugeno. They have a huge amount of topspin on their forehand, and then what they do is they keep the same grip and they use the same side of the racket to hit a backhand with, and that's called an inverted or reverse backhand. A lot of the players will see do that. A lot of them are not changing the grip. Some of them do, some of them don't, but Sam, with a shoulder locked in, is unable to change that grip. Sugeno definitely looking to be aggressive and take control of these points. That's being aggressive like that, he's going to put Schroeder under a little bit of pressure because he realizes that if he gives Sugeno too many short balls, he's going to be under pressure himself. So Schroeder's just got to stay consistent here, not feel under too much pressure from the aggressiveness of Sugeno. Sugeno way behind the baseline there, trying to flatten that out, and just doesn't get enough lift on it. Second double fault here for Schroeder. First game was pretty solid here, but letting a couple double faults sneak in. Schroeder able to get a little bit of spin on that serve, just not as much as Sugeno does. But if we watch his serve here, you will see the spin coming over the net. And Sugeno's not going to want to try and out-rally Schroeder and stay consistent with him. He's going to want to look to come forwards and be super aggressive. That's a great ball. That's a great ball by Schroeder. Schroeder moves really well too, so I think that's one of his strengths, is that he's able to get to a ton of balls and moves really well. Sugeno just doesn't move quite as well on his chair. So Sugeno, that's one of the reasons that Sugeno's looking to come forward and be a little bit more aggressive and end the points quicker, because he doesn't want to have to stay in some long rallies and go too much side to side. Schroeder doesn't have a problem doing that. But we see Schroeder with a 2-1 lead in the first set. There was that reverse backhand also that we saw right here. It's the opposite side. Beautiful backhand, beautiful turn. Beautiful tennis center here at the Tokyo 2020 Games. Stadium obviously on center court, but been playing on 9 outdoor courts. But beautiful facilities here. Players have really enjoyed their time. Beautiful inside, lots of spaces for them to relax and get out of the heat.
Mr. Sugeno is shouting to the call.
Let's
The right
remember
line, the ball
that
was
just called out. They do have 3 challenges per set, and they get an additional 1 if it goes to a tiebreak. Was pretty close there. A lot of times, though, that we haven't seen the players. I think we've only seen 1 overall. Oh, good call, just out. We've only seen the player ride about 1 time, so
15.
Sugeno will lose the challenger, so he'll be down to 2. That's a good shot there again. Schroeder just not doing enough from his return.
15 on.
I think for Schroeder to win this match here, he's going to have to use his angles and really try to get Sugeno out of position. And Sugeno's going to want to do the opposite. He's going to want to take the offense as quick as he possibly can. He doesn't want to be in those long rallies where he's having to work super hard for every single point.
$30-15.
We'll just put that down to Schroeder just misjudging that ball there, which can happen. It was a high, heavy ball, great shot. Again, once getting out of the strike zone. That's a great serve.
40-15.
Pulling Schroeder so far outside the court. When that happens, it just puts the player under so much pressure. They know that they have to hit such a good shot, because if not, then the court's open.
Net for service.
A better return from Schroeder again, just pulling the ball out of Sugeno's strike zone. Difficult for Sugeno to control that.
Deuce.
Again, simple cross-court forehand. A lot of times they win it. You don't have to think that you need to go for a winner or a tough shot. Just a simple cross-court forehand, opening up the court is all that's actually needed. That's the type of rally that Schroeder wants. He wants to see that on every single point. He'll be happy when the points are all like that. It gives Schroeder a break point opportunity. Again, he's okay with that. That's an okay return. That's a good miss. Sometimes you can have good misses where you just need to hit the right shot and you just miss it, and that's okay. That's a great shot again from Schroeder. Just what he needed again to move Sugeno side to side and then go back behind him. Gives him another break point opportunity.
Game Schroeder.
He likes that. That was a good return. Simple return for an easy break and a 3-1 lead. Schroeder was born with split hand, split foot malformation. He's gone through 30 operations before his 16th birthday, with the aim of improving functionality in his hands and feet. And then when he was 18, he was diagnosed with colon cancer. So he was just starting to play, and he had to take somewhat of a break from that to focus on his health. It's a great play. So at the young age of only 21, been through a lot, and he came back stronger than ever after the cancer treatments. Misjudged the toss there.
15 on.
It's actually it's the only shot in tennis where you can say, I don't want to hit that. I don't like that. Can't do that in any other part of the rally. You can't stop the rally and say, I'm done. Don't want to hit it. But there's one thing you can do with the serve. Just missed his timing a little bit there. And that's a beautiful shot too, right there. Beautiful.
30-15.
Sugeno coming in, hitting it down the line, just not getting enough pace. And once that happens, he moves in. And then the court opens up for Schroeder. That's a good choice, not choosing to hit that one. Schroeder's starting very far away from the middle there. He doesn't usually do that. I'm wondering whether he's doing that because Sugeno's lefty. But it really is opening up the down the line for Sugeno.
40,
but
15.
kind of saying to Sugeno, go ahead, hit down the line, try. So, again, another strategy to be used there. And it goes down the line again. Just out. Just out. And that gives Schroeder a 4-1 lead in this first set. Pretty comfortable right now. Schroeder's movement and his chair is just very good, very smooth. It's just, and so he's able to get into position to hit the right shots and to really push Sugeno around the court somewhat and expose Sugeno's weaknesses.
Time.
Great shot again from Schroeder, just pushing it out of the reach of Sugeno. So far, Schroeder has kept to his game plan perfectly. When Sugeno gets into position, he hits a really heavy shot and is able to really be aggressive. But that's probably his weakness right there, is the movement. So when he does have the opportunity and the ball is closer to him where he doesn't have to maneuver so much or move so much, he tries to, like he did there, be very aggressive, but that also puts a lot of pressure on the player when they have to think that they've got to hit a bigger shot than they actually do. So far, Schroeder in total control. Again, not having to do too much. And 2 break point opportunities. Again, that pressure. 5-1. That pressure from Sam, because Sugeno knows that if he doesn't get a decent ball in, then he's going to be under a lot of pressure. So going for a little too much on his serve. Again, we talk a lot about winners to unforced errors, and Schroeder with 8 winners, 5 unforced errors, so the right way around, and Sugeno the wrong way around with 4 winners and 6 unforced errors. But Schroeder ready to serve there. That's that time clock, but still got a few seconds left. That was a beautiful shot from Sugeno, moving in, taking that ball so early on his backhand, just catching it so early. It's a good push, catching it early. When he's hitting it that early, he's got the whole court, but creates a phenomenal angle. Schroeder going for too much there. Just cross court would have been simple on that one. That's a great shot from Sugeno there. Was able just to change his shot selection, saw where Schroeder was really far back, and just softly change that. Yep, change the grip, open the racket face, and Schroeder was not expecting that. And 3 break point opportunities here for Sugeno. Okay, loose game there from Schroeder, but Schroeder's still very much in control of this match. And Schroeder leads 5-2. See Sugeno here on this changeover trying to cool down, so using the fan that's there that's basically attached to almost a cooler with ice and water in it, so it gives him some cold air, and then also has spray too that he sprays a lot on his hands and his wrists to cool down. Schroeder's going to want to refocus in this game and close out this first set. Doesn't want to make it more difficult than it needs to be. Important for Sugeno here to get some first serves in as well. It's actually at 62% of first serves in, with only converting those to 46%. So again, he's serving with new balls here, which will give him a little bit more speed. Again, that return is really good in wheelchair tennis. The one kind of up the middle at the player. Player serves and finds it very difficult to come forwards and then back out of that area. So the down the line becomes really useful, and then the one right at the chair too. Schroeder not moving up to that or adjusting to that slice on that last return. Good return again from Schroeder, again right at the body of Sugeno. Sugeno's not able to get out of the way. Schroeder's going to look to be a little bit more aggressive here on this second serve return. Doesn't need to be, and that gives, that double fault gives Schroeder 2 set points. Good serve from Sugeno into the body of Schroeder. Schroeder not able to get around it, catches it late. And that's the first set to Schroeder.
By 6 games to 2.
6 games to 2 in just 30 minutes. Simple first set. Sugeno, too many unforced errors.
Okay.
6-2 first set to our number 2 seed, Sam Schroeder of the Netherlands. Sugeno needs to take a few seconds here. Think about how he's going to adjust his strategy. First set stats. We always look at the winners to the unforced errors. Schroeder, still a few unforced errors there. 9 winners to 7 unforced errors. But it's better than the other way around, where you have more unforced errors than you do winners. Schroeder will want to clean up those unforced errors and the double faults, those 4 double faults as well. Double fault is also an unforced error. They count it separately, but it's also an unforced error. And Sugeno is going to take a bathroom break by the looks of it. Not a bad idea to try to regroup after that first set. A lot of times players will take the bathroom break when they've just lost the first set. You're not going to see Schroeder unless he actually does need to use the bathroom. He's not going to take a break because he wants to keep the momentum.
Game, Sugeno. Game, Schroeder. Game, extra set, Schroeder. By 6 games.
See, Sugeno has gone off the court for a few minutes to take a bathroom break, which is within the rules of tennis. It's allowed. Sometimes it can be very frustrating because sometimes you've got a player that's on a roll, just like Schroeder is, and he just wants to get on with the match. He wants to keep playing. He wants no stop. He wants to just keep going. So he's got a few minutes where he's just got to sit there and think about it and just try to keep a little bit warm, practicing his swings. A lot of players will do that. They'll go out and push around or practice their swings to keep nice and loose. See, as he's practicing his swings there, how he drops his racket head and brushes up the back of the imaginary ball and then over the top. But a lot of times, sometimes it's frustrating. I mean, it said it's in the rules, so there's nothing wrong with it. But a lot of times the players do feel as if they do that just to try to break up the timing and the mental side of the game, which may be the case. So Schroeder needs to stay focused at this point. He can't put any music on, but does have the music playing, so as long as he likes the music, he can stay kind of pumped up with that. He's changing his bandage on his attachment there on his hand, get a little bit more comfortable. Obviously all specially made for the players. You've got some players who tape. And then this was obviously specially made for Sam and his impairment there on his hands. Kind of like the chair that's designed for the players. The rackets sometimes are too, and the adaptations to the rackets. A lot of players don't have any adaptations necessary to the rackets, but except and anything that anybody else would have with the weight and the strings, etc. The different grips. Sam might have a slightly smaller grip for his attachment there. Can't quite tell if the grip looks smaller from this far away. Sugeno taking the full amount of time here, trying to just get his mind back in, see if he can refocus and see what he needs to do. Chair umpire just waiting too. They do send an official with the player when they go off, so they make sure there's no coaching going on, because when you do go off for a bathroom break or change of attire, there is no coaching allowed, no cell phones, because that can be a form as well. So that's why you see that if Schroeder did decide to put headphones on, the official would have told him not to. Kind of just has to sit there and just wait, and he's in a good place, though. I mean, fairly easy first set. As I said, clean. He wants to tighten up some of those double faults and a few of the unforced errors, but couldn't be much more of a straightforward first set than what he just had. So he's in a good position. He might want to start pushing around a little bit. Just to keep warm as soon as he sees Sugeno come out. Sugeno still has to transfer to his chair, so he may start warming up and pushing that time. The last thing he wants to do right here is get cold. He's looking at the official too. He's looking at him. He knows that there's a timer on that. I didn't look at the timer of the clock to see if they did put a clock on. Also, it was relative to where the bathroom is. He is asking the chair umpire. Well, he's going to ask the chair umpire in a minute. He's looking. Again, rules of tennis, this is all legal. They can do that. And it also depends on how far away the locker rooms are, how long it takes. Schroeder needs to not sit here and get frustrated, though. He's going up. He's pushing up now to ask, and maybe Sugeno's coming in. Chair umpire is not really looking at Sam giving Schroeder. He is there asking him. I think he just said there's no time limit there, which is interesting. There's definitely here comes Sugeno. So actually the rules of tennis say 2 toilet change attire breaks are permitted during a singles or doubles match. Toilet breaks should be preferably taken at the set break. So that was the closest. That is a set break, so he had every right obviously to do that. Each break may be for a reasonable time. So again, it is a reasonable time. That's why they send the official with them. So there is actually no time for the players, and for obvious reasons. I mean, it does take the players in the chairs a little bit longer. They have to obviously transfer out of their tennis chair into their everyday chair, and then it takes them a while there. See Sugeno now putting on his arm brace and then transferring over to the chair. Schroeder should now be moving. Start going over there, going over to his side, warming up a little bit. Now he's locked and loaded, and see whether he comes out with a different strategy in the second set.
Time.
Now he's saying time there. Schroeder just needs to keep his concentration here. Warm up maybe a few more shots, take a few shadow swings as we call them. Sometimes what the players do too is they request other balls, and they do take a few serves if there's a long time there.
Second set. Sam Schroeder to serve.
He likes that return down the line. Again, that's a tough return in wheelchair tennis. It's one of the technical differences. Not usually going to go down the line too much off a return of serve in standings. You're changing the direction, but it is a very important play in wheelchair tennis due to the movement.
Love 30. 15-30.
Sugeno coming out of that bathroom attire break on the positive side. But again, Schroeder probably won't let it get to him too much. And Sugeno's got to keep that up for another 2 sets if he wants to change the tide here.
$15-40.
And it gives Sugeno 2 break points in this first game of the second set. It's a great return. That's a great return. That bathroom break did help so far. Looking at the Team Japan. So Schroeder wins the first set 6-2, but Sugeno up 1-0 with a break in the second set. Sugeno moving in there, and when he has moved in on that deuce side, that's where he's gone a lot of time, especially when Schroeder goes out wide on the serve. It's 2 winners so far off that backhand side in that same position. But great return there from Schroeder. Inside out forehand. Catches it just slightly late, but he'll take it. So in tennis in general, the lefties do have an advantage. Now, obviously, we have 2 lefties playing, so kind of evens the playing field. I'll explain why here in a second. It's a good return. That's all that needs to happen there as a way. So a lot of the big points, all the big points except the 40-15 points, are played on the ad side. So the left-handed players are actually they have the opportunity to serve out wide to the right-handed player's weakness, which is usually the backhand, pulls them way outside the court. But in this, we've got 2 lefties playing, so that counter doesn't make any difference. And Schroeder plays a good game there. And Sugeno making a few unforced errors, and we're at 1-1. Quick break back for Schroeder.
$15.
And bad toss there from Schroeder, just a little too far behind him, not able to get up to that ball. And 5 double faults.
$30-15.
Sugeno not staying with that forehand, really just pulling it across his body. Not happy with that either. That was a simple return that needs to go in the court. That's a great serve from Schroeder. That did have a lot of spin on it and was able to really cut it this way. Even though the ball went behind his head, he was able to cut it, get enough angle on it, get around the outside of the ball enough. And Sugeno again moving, pushing in, taking the ball super early, coming up to almost the service line, but that time was actually not able to take it in his strike zone, just goes for too much. And Schroeder now up with a 2-1 lead. So that time in between the first set and the second set there bothered Schroeder just for a short second, just for 4 points, that was it. And now he's back in a rhythm again. Again, Schroeder's game plan should be to move Sugeno as much as he can, just keep it out of his strike zone. And Sugeno's game plan should be to really try and stay aggressive and not give Schroeder too much time. Right now, Schroeder's game plan is working, and it really does look like Sugeno's struggling somewhat with the heat here. Can't tell whether he's in pain or whether he's just upset with the way he's playing. Looks to be super hot. Schroeder not really concerned with the heat. The heat doesn't seem to be affecting him. Heat and humidity. And watching Sugeno's last few points against Wagner yesterday, and did bring out the trainer too for his, amazingly, his right shoulder, his non-playing shoulder. He had it taped back up again. It seems to be okay today.
La 15.
Schroeder just moving in again, taking that ball nice and early, creating a beautiful angle off the backhand side.
La 30.
Again on that one, Schroeder just moving in, it was down the line, or it was kind of down the middle actually. He didn't have to do too much with it, just Sugeno not able to move out of the way to adjust, and he goes with the underhand serve. So maybe he is having some problems with his right arm. This is very interesting. So you may be asking why Sugeno and why I said that he's having problems with his right arm. So when he's serving and he's tossing the ball, let's see whether he goes to underhand again. Looks like he is. Yep, it's going to. When he tosses the ball up with his right hand, because this is non-dominant, he has to...
Mr. Sugeno is challenging the call on left baseline. The ball was called in.
Sugeno going for a challenge here. So when he's tossing the ball up with his right arm, he is having to lift that up. And that could be causing him some problems. Or he could just feel...
Game,
he could just feel that his serve's just not strong enough.
Schroeder leads 3-1.
I'm not sure what's happening here, Sugeno. There we go. Sugeno's very confused right now.
Mr. Sugeno has 2 challenges remaining.
Wasn't sure what the score was there. Wanting to serve again, didn't want to give up the game. So, or he could be thinking that he's not able to do enough with his serve, with his overhead serve, and Schroeder's taking full advantage. So he just, again, wanted to throw him off a little bit. When you see someone suddenly serve underhand like that, it can throw you off. But Schroeder did a really good job there, keeping his mind just where it needed to be and focusing more on the tennis ball. Great ball from Schroeder, nice and simple. Those are the type of balls that Schroeder likes. Those are the type of balls that Sugeno, if he wants to turn this match around, cannot hit. Schroeder's very comfortable with those balls, the higher, loopier ones. And see on that one there, so Sugeno took the ball on the rise, was a little bit more aggressive, and then put Schroeder on the defense fairly quickly. Shot from Sugeno. We talked earlier about Schroeder and his rise in the last year and a half, and you know, he's obviously #2 in the world right now, behind Dylan Olcott. And if you look at Olcott's game, he's really aggressive. And obviously Sam beat him at the Open last year, but has 3 losses to him in the Grand Slams. The other Grand Slam so far this year, and that's Olcott is very much more of an aggressive player. And Sugeno in this game has been more aggressive too, and it's providing results for him with 2 break points. Sugeno's serving. We'll see how he serves in this next game here. Didn't throw him off on that game, but Sugeno playing a solid game there. Schroeder still ahead, 6-2, 3-2.
Time.
Okay, the second set's getting interesting now. See whether Sugeno, what he does on his serve here. If he starts back away from the line, he's gonna spin it, but no, he's going back to his regular overhand serve. So by the looks of it, probably not an injury, just trying to throw Schroeder off. I think Schroeder may have thought that was going out, but maybe not. Just didn't get back quick enough there. Good ball from Sugeno. Second serve goes underhand, heavy topspin. And that one does throw Schroeder off. Schroeder's just got to focus right now. Really got to focus on the ball that's coming to him with what he's got to do and not focus on what Sugeno's trying to do. That's what he's trying to get him to do here at this point. It's a good ball though from Sugeno. Those tactics are working right now. See whether he can get Schroeder out of his rhythm. That's a great serve from Sugeno, but Schroeder was all over it, saw where it was coming, and created an incredible forehand angle back. Read it beautifully, just rolled it, and rolled it right away from Sugeno. Second serve again, underhand, short. Okay, maybe, again, I can't tell with Sugeno whether his wrist, his arm, whether it's just a tactic to throw off Schroeder. But definitely wincing a little bit there, but good rally from Schroeder. Good point, Schroeder. Those are the types of points that Schroeder does not mind playing in any way whatsoever. He'll take those points all day long. Doesn't mind the longer points, doesn't mind the heavier balls. Whatever gives him more time will actually help him. Important game right here. It's going to be very much a mental part. 3-all, very different than 2-4 or 4-2.
Yes.
He wishes he could get that back. There's the underhand serve again. Schroeder doesn't mind that. He takes it. Ball's pretty high, so gives Schroeder lots of time to adjust. Again, backhand, no problem. He's just going to take that backhand high and deep back cross court.
Yes.
Even though Sugeno hit that fairly high, it did have some pace on it as well. So that was just enough for Schroeder to mishit that backhand. And that was a good return right inside the line.
Advantage, Schroeder.
Another breakpoint opportunity here for Schroeder. Just goes inside the line. Beautiful.
Game, Schroeder.
Again, when Sugeno's hitting that serve out wide,
4 games to do.
Schroeder's just seeing it. Not having any problems with that. return a serve whatsoever, or that serve just able to take his time and to come in and just roll it back cross court. That's a break and a 4-2 lead in the second set. Just a little too much there from Schroeder. One of Schroeder's strengths is really using the angles when he's playing in a point. He's won a lot of points by hitting the forehand cross court. It just opens up the court so much more with his topspin and angles he's creating, especially with him being lefty. It's a shot that I think he needs to. I feel he needs to focus on a little bit more and really use that cross court roll. I think it could become a little bit more effective. Court's longer, more space. It's a good return from Sugeno, pushing in, taking it nice and early.
Love 30.
Good serve. Sugeno trying to take that down the line, but catches it awfully late. A few unforced errors slipping into the set from Schroeder. Racket head speed slowing down just a little bit. And 2 breakpoint opportunities for Sugeno. Good fight there from the Japanese player. Got his team members and team cheering for him. Schroeder, though, up a set and 4-3.
Time.
Sugeno serving at 3-4 in the second set. That's the shot from Schroeder that is one of his better shots, and he's come away with those shots being winners. He just needs to use that a little bit more. He comes across it really well, takes his time, creates the angle. Beautiful shot there.
Net for service.
Trying for the same shot there, just unforced error. Schroeder really needs to dial it in here if he wants to finish this match off in the second set. That's a beautiful backhand cross court from Schroeder again, using the angle very, very nicely. Just opening up the court and taking the pace off, dropping it a little bit shorter. Good ball from Schroeder there. Gives him a break and a 5-3 lead in the second set. Schroeder here having some difficulty on his serve the last couple games, but he'll be serving it out. Good rally from Schroeder there, keeping it nice and deep into the corners that have been causing Sugeno so much trouble in this match. Again, right off the back of the baseline.
Mr. Sugeno challenged the call on left baseline. The ball was called in.
Sugeno's going to challenge it. No reason not to. Still has a couple of challenges remaining too in this set. He's already moved over. He knows. He's not going to replay the point, and just catching the back of the line. That was a close one.
30 love.
30 love.
$30-15. Mr. Sugeno has one challenge remaining.
Just missing it wide there. Again, Schroeder trying to go back behind Sugeno. Regular cross-court backhand may have done the trick there.
30.
Schroeder just getting a little tight here. 30-40, throwing in another double fault. That's his 6th double fault of the match, and that does give Sugeno a break point.
Deuce.
Back to deuce. Again, Sugeno really looking to try to come forwards and be very aggressive, but just forcing it a little bit too much.
Advantage Schroeder.
And this gives Schroeder match point. That's the way to finish it. Great serve out wide. And an easy backhand cross-court winner. Win for Sam Schroeder, moving on to the finals gold medal match of his first Paralympics. Solid match there. Very solid match. It's been a great year for Sam, and it's not finished yet. He's got this, and he's got his gold medal match, where he'll take on the winner of Vink and Olcott. And then he'll still have, after the Paralympics also, he'll still have the US Open to finish out the year. So, again, solid match from Sam there. Probably want to take a look at his stats and look at everything, but he's happy trying to just get to his coach just to say good job here. Don't know if he can get down to him. He's getting down. See that final result. Sam Schroeder, number 2 seed, beating Sugeno Koji 6-2, 6-3. Koji will go on into the bronze medal match to take on the loser of the other match. Again, well-deserved there. Well-deserved. Smile says it all there from Schroeder. So saw that same smile when he won the US Open last year. Just in disbelief, quite honestly, last year, but this year is believing it. He's one of the top quad players, and he deserves to be there. Number 2 in the world, has taken out the number 1 before. And it's a good thing to take some time to celebrate his accomplishment. Young gentleman, only 21 years old, very bright future in front of him, works hard. He's going to take a moment to soak it all in right now, and so he deserves it. Sugeno needs to go just look at his match a little bit, figure out what he needs to do in his next match to cut out the unforced errors. But congratulations to Schroeder here. Gonna take the obvious picture here. Seen a lot of pictures on social media with the players next to their scoreboards of either times or their victory. Very well deserved here. Sam Schroeder moving through to the final and the gold medal match. Gonna go take some time now, cool down, go through his cool down routine. look at some of his match stats, see what he needs to tighten up. Obviously a good match, anything's good when you win and you're into your first Paralympic final, and you're going to get either a gold or silver, so obviously really good. See Sugeno here getting ice on that right shoulder, so maybe there was an issue there. However, Schroeder, being the professional he is, he will look at his stats and his play and look it over with his coach and find out what he needs to tighten up, because obviously the final is going to have a very tough match, whoever it's going to be against. So going to want to look at those double faults, 6 double faults. Winners, 25 winners, which is good, which we'll look at here in a minute. And also then just cut out some of the unforced errors. Poor Sugeno here, lots of ice everywhere. Left elbow, right shoulder. See, life of a professional athlete. Looking at the match stats here, the total winners, the 25, unforced errors 14, and the 6 double faults from Schroeder. But very much more the aggressive player, and that's why he was able to win that match 6-2, 6-3, fairly straightforward. Needs to go, just look at that. And there it is. He's in the first person to move into the gold medal match, and will take on the winner of Olcott, number 1 seed, and Niels Vink, this fellow Dutch team member. Bronze medal match, Sugeno, and Sugeno waits for the person that comes out on the losing side of that semifinal match. Sam Schroeder, first-time Paralympian, and he's into the gold medal match, so guaranteed a gold or a silver. Great match for him, great moment, and he'll be looking forward to that next match.
Next up match here on center court in Paralympic tennis arena is the quad singles semifinal number 2 between Niels Vink of the Netherlands taking on Dylan Aldroth of Australia.
では本日のセンターコート第5試合最終ゲームとなります。ワールドシングルスのもう1試合の準決勝、オランダイーブス・リンクレンツ、オーストラリアのディラン・コルトスです。
We are at the beautiful Ariake Tennis Park for day 5 of wheelchair tennis action at the 2020 Tokyo Paralympics. Weather has been hot and humid. However, the roof is open at this time. It is cloudy and it is humid. Next up on this match is quad singles semifinals. Number 1 seed Dylan Aldroth of Australia taking on the 5th ranked player Niels Vink from the Netherlands. As we get ready for this match, quad singles semifinal, we get to welcome the players to the court.
This first athlete is taking the world by storm. 18 years of age, sensation from Netherlands.
まずはパラリンピック初出場、18歳のユースター。
As we see our first player come out from the Netherlands, the youngster, only 18 years old, Niels Vink. He looks up, he smiles, taking in this moment.
To the big stage, the world #1 representing Australia.
そしてご存知世界ランキング1位オーストラリアから
Please welcome Dylan Alcott.
And the #1 player in the world, Dylan Alcott from Australia. Also taking it in, listening to his music there. Take a look at the players here. They get a few minutes. Usually most of the players come out in their everyday chairs and transfer over. You see the difference between the chairs and the sport chair, tennis chair specifically designed for these players. Camber of the wheels. Notice, fairly big difference there. The tip bar. Also on the sport chair, there's a big tip bar behind at the back. Obviously the play is very dynamic, moving their chairs all over the place, running into things. We've seen it all here so far in Tokyo. And then players will strap themselves into depending on what their needs are. See straps across the thigh areas, across the hips, across on Alcott you'll see it across the in front of the knees, keeping the knees very close together. Takes a few minutes to get everything all locked into place. They become one with the chair. Athletes are very, very quick. Need their chair to be as quick as it possibly can at all times. Again, very specifically made these chairs for each player's needs. Vink all ready to go. I'm sure he's excited. His first Paralympics, and he's in the semifinals. Taking on one of the most famous quad tennis players there is in the history, Dylan Alcott from Australia. Dylan getting himself in there. Again, strapping them in as tightly as can be. See how tight it goes in, even getting a little tighter. Quad division of wheelchair tennis. Rules for classification, you also, not only do you need to be in a chair, classified for the chair, but you need to have an impairment in your upper body. Chair umpire. Marta Marinska from Poland. She'll go through all the rules. The rules are 2 out of 3 tiebreak sets. Players will have 5 minutes to warm up. They get to choose. They get to a 3-minute warning, a 2-minute warning, and a 30-second warning. They also get to choose whether they want to, if they win the toss, they get to choose if they want to serve or return. If they don't want to choose that, they can get to choose the ends. And if they don't want to choose either, they can give it to their opponent to make the choice for them. There are There is Hawkeye on this court, which means that if the players disagree with the linespeople or the chair umpire, they can ask to challenge it. They get 3 challenges. In tie break, they get an additional one.
Yeah. All right, guys. Just a few reminders. We have 2 for 1 after the warm-up. We have 1 minute to start the match. Otherwise, that's what we try back to 6 balls. Okay, so 9 there is a full fight. If you'd like to honestly make it clear in a timely manner. Otherwise, we have 25 seconds to stop the people in the corner. For the towel, they have all corners. Neil, we're gonna have blue. Okay, so perfect. Awesome. Do you have any questions? All good? Neil? Yes or no? Yes. Dylan, no for you. It's a no. Dylan? Sure? Have a great match.
Customary in the wheelchair tennis. They give each other a high five or a fist bump and say good luck, good match. Love it. Needs to happen all the time. Needs to happen in standing tennis too. These guys have played before. Olcott's going to feel very comfortable because he has a 4-0 lead. Has never lost to Vink. But we're looking at Vink here, looking at his previous results. Round number 1. Defeated Weinberg from Israel, 6-0, 6-3, and then defeated Lapthorne, 6-4, 6-1. It's fairly straightforward. Rank 5, but only 18 years old. Niels is set 18 years old, world ranking of number 5, already has 18 titles and his first Paralympics. Very classical player, very strong, has a bright future in tennis. Looking at the Dutch team here, I don't think they've all filed in yet. And then we take a look at Dylan Olcott in his first round. He beat Morooshi from Japan 6-0, 6-2, and then took out the American Brian Barton 6-0, 6-1. Very straightforward. If you listen to that there, defending gold medalist has lots and lots of his team cheering him on. He likes that. But Mr. Olcott, 30 years old, world ranking at number 1, the defending gold medalist from Rio. 14 Grand Slam singles titles, and that's his Aussie team there. 14 Grand Slam titles, Australian 7 times, French 3 times, Wimbledon 2 times, and the US Open also a couple of times. It's going to be an aggressive match, both players. Big hitters, strong hitters. Definitely the not necessarily changing of the guards yet because Olcott still there, but the young and up-and-comer. Olcott has talked about retiring at some point. Hasn't said yet when, but time's probably somewhere close. Go through the tours in a little bit. There are other reasons why the wheelchair tennis players wouldn't just retire straight after the Paralympics. They've got a lot to play for of how professionalized the wheelchair tennis tour is. getting their final serves in.
We play to the best of 3 tiebreak sets.
You see Olcott really pumping himself up. He likes the crowd, and obviously for reasons out of everyone's control of what's happened here with the pandemic across the world in the last year and a half. He's not going to get that feeling, so he's going to create that himself. Always gets himself pumped up. Needs that. Players will go to their bench, try to cool down real quick with a spray in the face, clean off the towel, take a sip of drink. And we're in for a great match here. Quad singles semifinals. Number 1 seed Dylan Olcott of Australia taking on the youngster Niels Vink of the Netherlands. And Dylan Olcott will start the match. Tough first few games always for the players. Doesn't matter what match you're in, you've always got you've got the nerves until you just relax a little bit. So sometimes the double faults come in, the unforced errors in the first couple of games. Doesn't matter who you are. Even if you've got 14 Grand Slam titles, that happens. It's a great shot from Vink. Very important for Vink to get off to a good start here, just with the experience of Olcott. Good shot there from Olcott, not liking to back up too much. You're going to come forwards and actually hit an overhead there. Got a little above his shoulders, so had to change his grip. Couldn't hit the forehand, but still a winner. Double fault number 2 gives Vink a chance of an early break here. He's saying it too. He's saying right here. He knows the importance of getting off to a good start when you're playing a legend of the game that has so much experience. That's a great shot from Vink. Great first game there. Didn't show many signs of any nerves from the youngster. Olcott just asking the chair umpire what color they are for the towels. And we're getting ready for Vink to serve. First service game for him. It's a great shot from Vink.
15.
And staying aggressive. We'll get into some techniques here in a minute, and spins and grips. But Vink, very classical player. Just a little bit wide there again, going for that overhead. Ball's getting up above his head. Didn't want to back up again. Just sliced it a little wide. Good serve right into the body of Olcott. Olcott just nice and calm, he knows what is ahead in this match. He's not going to get too down on himself if he gets down quickly. Knows this can be a very long match. But great serve from Vink there. Couldn't ask for a better start for the youngster here to get some confidence going. Said they have played 4 times, and Vink has yet to defeat Olcott. Here, the Australian crew up there trying to get Olcott pumped up. So he really does like having that and having the people behind him. If he doesn't have it, then he does it himself. He does a great job of it. Another good serve there from Olcott. Good eye to see that he'd already moved in, but he just let it go. Saw it was going just a little bit wide. The backhand from Olcott jammed a little bit, but reverse backhand there, which we'll get into in a second, and Vink just misjudged that ball. But opportunity for Olcott here to get on the board. Let's see a little difference with Olcott serve, how he's starting. He does start pretty turned and then does one push, which are allowed, and then opens up. And that is a great return from Vink, that down the line return in wheelchair tennis. Important return to have. It's all to do with the movement of the chair. So after you've served, you're kind of stuck inside. It's really hard to recover back, which will also go through the figure 8 movement, which you'll see a lot of when you're watching. That's going to be a good shot there. Oh, a great return. That was all set up with a great deep return from Vink. Olcott taking it right off the rise and trying to come in, but just not able to get in quick enough. Again, he needs that. He knows that he's got to get up. He knows how he needs it. Another really good return there from Vink, and actually the right play, but this is where Olcott's experience comes in. And in tennis, it's kind of silly to say, but we say it. You got to get one more ball back in the court, and sometimes that ball can be ugly. It doesn't have to be good. You just got to run it down, push it down. However you can get to it, get it in the court. And just what Olcott did there. He got to it. He made Vink play one more, and Vink actually missed wasn't necessarily an easy volley, but missed the volley. So very important for that. And that is going to get Olcott very excited and get him very pumped up too. So he plays on excitement. He plays on the energy of the people around him. So he has to create that. He'll talk to people. He'll look at people in the crowd. He'll talk to people. He needs that interaction with people. Vink in 2012 went to the Paralympics in London with his mom, and this is why our sport and sports in general, every sport is so important, because you can picture yourself doing it yourself. People like you. But when he was there, he immediately knew he wanted to do that one day. Tried several different Paralympic sports, and guess which sport he stayed with? Tennis. And now he is achieving that dream in his first Paralympics. He's in the semifinals, and he's up 2-1 against the #1 seed.
Good deal.
Beautiful backhand, but good get from Olcott. So we'll talk about the grips a little bit here. So a lot of the players there are serving with a Eastern/continental grip, which is shake hands grip for the person that would be a recreational player. But then when they go to right afterwards, they're changing the grip to a semi-Western forehand grip, which enables them to place the racket and the hand on the wheels of the chair and push. So when they go to hit their backhand, they're not changing their grip. So they're using a semi-Western grip for their backhand on the topspin, like Vink just hit there and Olcott hit. It's a good shot from Vink. They just don't have time, so they're hitting their forehand with topspin and the one side of the racket, but then they're using the same side of the racket to hit the backhand with. So that's what's called a reverse or inverted backhand. Vink, when he came in there, did change his grip, had time to hit a volley with a continental grip. It's a good ball there from Vink. Really heavy topspin, using that inverted backhand, getting it up high over Olcott's head. That's a great shot. And push, get it. Oh, just misses it. Again, that's the experience of Olcott there. Vink's smiling, he knows. It was a good play. But that's where the experience of Olcott comes in. That's what he's telling himself to do, stay in the points, and that's what's important. That's what has won him a lot of Grand Slam titles, is staying in the point, pushing down the balls. Again, just the inexperience of Vink there, just not realizing he didn't have to necessarily do too much there. Yep. Olcott coming in, but not getting in quite quick enough, so having to play a volley and way in no man's land there and just not able to control it. And Vink holds for a 3-1 lead in this first set. Olcott's mentality on some of these as well is keep asking him. So can he keep hitting those shots? Can Vink keep coming up with the big shots? A lot of times that the inexperience comes out and they can't. And if they can, if Olcott says, hey, you can, then he's just better than him on that day, and that's okay. And that's actually how champions think. They say, if you can be better than me on this one day, then I'll accept that. But 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be. Beautiful play there. Olcott really using the angles well there, pulling Vink way outside the court, and then just coming in knowing that all he had to do was hit a simple volley. And that volley took the time away from Vink. Great serve right into the body of Vink. Vink was actually already facing sideways before he even hit that ball. Jams, it's very hard to get the chair out of the way in time. Olcott trying to pump himself up here, trying to get fired up. There, he needs to get energized there. That's why Olcott as well on that last ball, he's actually, it's very difficult to read where he's going because he's not as classical technique as what Vink is. And so on that last ball, he was already turning away from the court when he hit it. So that's really hard for anyone to really know where that ball's going as well. But and a lot of times too, when Olcott gets into the mindset of having to pump himself up, kind of gets into players' heads sometimes. They have to really just ignore that or use it to pump themselves up too. Every changeover so far, watching Olcott, he's looking at his camp, he's looking at his coaches, and then just turns around, takes a big, deep breath in, closes his eyes, and takes a deep breath out. Short meditation, just trying to refocus before he goes back out for the next 2 games. Olcott looking to move something off the court. That really should be first serve, but maybe. Nope, chair's not going to give it to him. Yes, it is. Okay, there we go.
Love 15.
Just a little wide. Again, best players in the world get very frustrated when they get those, when they make those kind of unforced errors. That was right on his racket. No need for that. Needs to make Vink play. Great shot there. Trying to get pumped up.
Come on, baby.
Beautiful backhand down the line. Again, Vink can do nothing but just sit there and look at it go by. It's got to recover. Going to take that early. Can't see again. That's that inverted backhand. Very difficult to see what they're going to do with it. And it gives Olcott 2 break points. Vink's going to get right back into it as well with the commands. As I said, it can get into a player's head with all the pumping up. So Vink is going to try and pump himself up and try to ignore what Olcott's doing. Double fault from Vink there, just feeling some of the pressure. And Olcott breaks back for a 3-3 tie in the first set. So Olcott going for a Grand Slam this year, and actually a Golden Grand Slam due to the Paralympics being held. So we have 4, on the tour, he has 4 Grand Slams, starting out the year with Australia. Second one, the French Open. Third one, Wimbledon. And the last one being the US Open, which the players will leave to right after this. And so far, he has come in as the winner of the first 3. So Aussie, French, and Wimbledon. And so if he was to win the US Open, that would be the Grand Slam. And if he was by any chance to win here and get a gold medal, that would give him the Golden Grand Slam. That's a good play from the youngster there, really using the angles and the court well. Uses the angles amazingly well there. Takes some pace off, rolls the ball through the singles line. Doesn't have to go quite as hard. Very important game here for Vink. More important for Vink than it is for Olcott. Didn't want to be up that break and then suddenly go down. It can go downhill very quickly when Olcott gets on a roll. But that's nice coming in. Nice soft hands. Just roll it.
15-30.
Unforced error there from Vink. But trying to get himself pumped up here. He knows how important this game is. He knows that if he can get this, he's starting to get in the head. And Schroeder's, or excuse me, Venk, I've said Schroeder too much. Venk trying to get, doesn't let him get on a roll. It's just making some unforced errors now. Too much again. That's his motto, every ball. That's why he's one of the best players that has been in quad tennis. And see his energy, his grit here, his speed, and his fight to get that one extra ball in play. And I said it's so important, and he just does it so well. That's a great shot. Beautiful slice backhand there from Venk. Just coming underneath the ball. That's how you create the slice. You open up the racket face and hit underneath the ball. As the ball's moving forward, it's also reversing backwards, so stays low across the net usually, unless you cup it. And then when it hits the ground, it dies somewhat or stays really, really low. Ooh, just a little too much from there from Venk. He knows he's got to hit good shots because he knows that Alcott's going to get that one extra ball back, so it does put a lot of pressure on him. But he needs to, at this point, Venk needs to keep spinning it heavy, aggressive, but bring in his targets a little bit. He doesn't need to go so deep or so wide. Just keep punishing Alcott side to side to side. Great serve and a good comeback there. 4-3 in this first set. Alcott's done really well in this first set. Started off a little slow. Again, his energy level not quite there, but just needed a couple shots, a couple balls to pull up his energy level. And he's creating that energy level himself, which is a great thing to be able to have the ability to do if that's what you need to do to perform at your best. As I read something here, I'm looking at Alcott breathe, and we're talking about energy, and you attract the energy you put out. Think good thoughts, visualize successful outcomes, put that good energy out there. And that's what Alcott is doing right now. He's got the energy, he's visualizing, he's staying calm. And quite honestly, he's probably irritating Venk just a little bit. Venk just waiting for him. Venk needs to back off, needs to give him a little bit of that. This is where experience comes in for the players. Venk, not quite sure how to react to some of this. He's sitting there waiting for Alcott as opposed to making Alcott wait for him.
15.
Vink here needs to keep up his first serve percentage. Doesn't need to do too much or go for too much on his first serve. Olcott's not doing too much on his first serve. Vink's getting a good percentage of points won at 82 when he's getting his first serve in. But again, those double faults are not helping Vink right now. Again, Olcott, you can hear Olcott trying to pump himself up there. It's not 2 double faults in that game. That's great, but didn't give him much energy, so he's creating that energy right now. That's a good point. Great point there from Vink. Nice volley. Very accomplished doubles player as well, Vink. As I say, classical player, doesn't need to do too much with that volley. Apart from those double faults, good game from Vink here. Just needs to focus on that serve. That's better. That's a good play from Vink. Yeah, he's trying to get himself pumped up too. Good hold there. Again on that serve, just the reason is the first serve percentage is so important, because as a returner, so if I'm returning or players returning, they, off of first serve, you're not thinking of attacking that first serve. You're actually thinking of counter-attacking it. So you're just, all you're doing is you're blocking it back and counter-attacking it. As opposed to a second serve, you're like, oh, great, I get to attack the second serve, I want to attack it. So it's just, it's a mindset, and sometimes that first serve doesn't have to be great just because of the mindset of the returner.
Right serve, Olcott.
15.
Good serve into the body there. Olcott likes it also.
Come on, baby.
5-0.
These are the type of points here that Olcott is going to go crazy over. Olcott there with the fight. That one more ball says all day he's happy to do that when need be. And when he pushes down those balls and gets to those balls, that's when he's going to get super excited too, pump himself up. And we have Olcott leads 5-4 in the first set. See again what Olcott's doing, trying to pump himself up, then closes his eyes, takes his deep breath. This is something a little new that I've never seen him do before. Seems to be working well. See whether Vink here can have a service game like before, except the 2 double faults. He doesn't want that like before. Take those away. Simple serves in. Too much just cross court there. Doesn't need to go for that deep if he was going cross court. Only just missed it by a few inches also. That's a good shot. Olcott just hit that a little too short. Went with the overhead again, just couldn't get there, but not enough on it. That's okay. He's fine with that. That's a good point by Vink, and he won't be upset with that. That's not a knee enforced error. It's a good, amazing play. Those are the type of points that Olcott loves, gets him very, very excited. That was a high quality point right there. Just Olcott coming in as soon as he possibly can, pushing Vink's back, and Vink's almost made it. Olcott with 2 set points here. Played a really good game. That long point there was very important for Olcott. game in first set to Olcott, 6-4. Good quality first set, and Olcott is pumped up. Vink needs to take second here, calm down, ignore what's going on around him, and we look forward to a second set. Set 1 stats there. Both of them actually have more winners to unforced errors, which is great. But honestly, it's a mental game right now. Vink just needs to hang in there mentally, ignore what's going on around him, and see whether he can keep fighting in the second set. But Olcott's really strong, hustled really well. Those longer rallies where he was just able to get to those 1 extra shots and 1 extra balls, and that's what makes him such a great champion.
Second set. Alcott to serve.
Again, Vink just here waiting for a while for Olcott. Olcott taking his time, getting his mind right. Really good first set there, good quality. Olcott, just as I said, just getting to that 1 extra ball, which is so important in tennis.
Love 15.
Great backhand down the line slice there from Vink. Olcott moves forward, just doesn't do enough with the ball, and enables Vink to take that down the line slice. Great shot by Olcott. Again, Olcott's doing that. That's part of his strategy. He's hitting that high ball and then he's moving in, and Vink has to see that. He's done that 3 or 4 different times now, not backing up. And that time he hit a beautiful backhand swinging volley. break point for Vink here. Really important for him to capitalize in the beginning of this first set. As said, when Olcott gets on a roll, difficult to stop him. And he made it. Great shot from there, from that far back to create that angle. It's pretty good. And said, very important game for Vink in that first game. Needs to get ahead in this second set. Needs to get himself pumped up too, and he needs to take a little bit of time away from Olcott. He's sitting there waiting for Olcott a lot. He needs to do it the other way around a little bit. He just needs to. He needs to not be there waiting, because right now that's what he's doing. He's just sitting there waiting for Olcott, and it's kind of getting in his mind a little bit. Olcott's going even slower now, so he's going to have to wait again. Vink needs to take a page out of Olcott's book here. Needs to back off. He's still got the clocks. He's got plenty of time. He's playing within the clock. He's got 24 seconds left, so he's fine. Needs to back off here and give himself some more time.
15.
Up, here we go. Stand point, up, get up, Olcott, get up.
Good serve from Vink. Again, Vink here, if he could get ahead, even though he was up a break in the first set, it's very important that he gets up a break here if he wants to stay in this match.
Balls here, Olcott. Come on.
Okay, he doesn't. That's that double fault again. It's in 5 double faults in the match so far from Vink. Again, Olcott really trying hard to pump himself up at this point. That's a great shot. That shot right there is what Vink needs to play. He needs to keep going high and heavy to each corner. Not where it's too high, where Olcott can come in and take swinging volleys, but a good arc over the net, good topspin. And that's where Olcott will just keep getting one additional ball back into the court that puts so much pressure on Vink. That shot again there. It's a great shot. That's the play right there that he needs. Those are the shots that he needs, side to side to side. And just keep asking Olcott if he can keep pushing and getting to those balls. That's what Olcott's asking him. Hey, one more ball. So Vink needs to do the same thing here. But that's the sign of a champion as well, with the experience from Olcott. Olcott's really showing the experience so far in this match. Great shot from Vink there, beautiful. Again, that forehand cross court pulls Olcott outside the court, and you see a beautiful reverse backhand there from Vink, but set it up with that forehand cross court through the singles line. Shot from Olcott there.
15.
Get up, Phil. Here we go.
Beautiful forehand there from Vink. That's the shots he needs. Yeah.
15, 40.
Olcott frustrated with himself there, saying, make it, make it. That does give Vink 2 break points for a 3-0 lead in the second set. Good try from Vink again. Great setup though. Great setup. Got the ball he wanted. Was just did a little too much with that volley. Again, just those 2 points there. They're just experience. That's where Vink just had the ball right on his racket, did too much, and then just is not able to refocus for that return of serve. And then Olcott comes up with a big serve, as he says. He's telling himself big serve, and it certainly was. From 2 break points down to a game point. Olcott's 4th double fault. Both gentlemen throwing in a few double faults. It's a really good volley there. Good deep volley. Vink just wasn't able to back up. Had to hit a half volley, but with a roll instead. Just couldn't get up on it quick enough. That's a great return. Again, Vink taking that early, really going deep, and Olcott very, very hard again to come out of the serve to be able to figure it back. If you look at some movement here, one of the major differences on the movement side for the wheelchair players is the amount that they have to actually turn their back on the court. So they're coming forwards, and they will, to recover, they don't go backwards. But what they do is they do a figure 8 movement to recover, to give themselves time to come forwards. So when they do that, they're turning their back on the court. And when you play tennis standing up, the only time you'll turn your back on the court is if you're running back to retrieve a lob. So very different on that, but that's why that return of serve down the line is so effective, or pulling somebody in and then going deep. Again, Olcott knows exactly how important that game was right there. Massively important. Did not want to go down 3-0, but now at 2-1 it holds it competitive. Vink needs to take his time here. Still up in the second set. Olcott with the first set 6-4, but Vink ahead 2-1 in the second set. Once again, Vink waiting for Olcott. Again, great shot there. Olcott way outside the court multiple times, especially on the forehand side. Had to go with the overhead to even stay in that point there. Vink hit a good down the line. Just not expecting that ball quite back. And those are the shots the 16-time Grand Slam champion will just not miss. That's where the experience is coming in. He knows when he has to get himself pumped up, and he is not going to miss any of those balls. I just said he's not going to miss any. He just missed it. However, that was a great get from Vink there. He actually had to, I think his chair came off the ground there to get that ball. It was so high. Again, that is that one shot that's coming back into the court. And even the greatest of champions can miss some easy balls. Just slightly out. It's a good challenge. It's close. Why not? Haven't challenged yet. You still got 3 challenges remaining. It's only 2-1 in the second set, but it's close enough. Gives him a chance to take a sip of water. Well out.
Mr. Alcott has 2 challenges remaining.
There's that return down the line again. Beautiful down the line slice from Alcott, showing why he's the #1 player in the world. Two games all. Second set, first set, Alcott. It's gonna be in. Yep. Just drops in. Vink thought that was going to be out, but just had enough on it. Yep, drops inside the line. Vink says good shot. Nothing he could do there. Alcott feeling this here. Knows that he's so confident right now as well. Vink is going to have a tough time coming back if he gets down here. Bright future for this young Dutch player. That's a great shot. He's got all the shots, got a big game. It's not out yet though. Alcott's going to have to work hard for his place in the final. Yeah. Again, Alcott's okay with that. That's the sort of shot there, that one extra ball. Again, Vink should not miss that volley, but he has on very important points. So that's why it's so important just to make him play one more every single time. Alcott's got one of his strengths as well is really to understand when to come in. So he 9% of the time comes in at the right time. And so it makes the volley look a lot easier than it actually is. But coming in at the right time, that's what's supposed to happen. Double fault from Olcott. Double fault number 5, but that gives Vink a second break point in this game. And Vink will take that. That's a gift. Vink needs to pump himself up now. That was a great break of serve. He needs to stay energetic there. Needs to keep moving. 6-4 first set to Olcott, number 1 seed, but 3-2 to Vink in the second set. I was going to say I would not be surprised that Olcott asked for a bathroom break, but I think he did, and I'm not sure the chair is letting him. It's supposed to go on a set change. One of the referees here talking to the chair umpire. Look at the beautiful Ariake Tennis Center here, center court. Okay, so they're actually going to close the roof by the looks of it. Well, he's asked the roof to be closed, not sure which one that is. Referee was out on the court. Ooh, and lights just went off in the stadium. That means they will be closing the roof here on center court. Well, they turn off the lights to be able to close the roof. One of the referees talking here to the chair umpire. I believe that's what's happening here. They turn off the main lights, yep, and the roof is closing. So I think there has been rain in the forecast. So obviously a little bit of drizzle here, and Olcott's okay with that. He's totally fine with that one. See how long that takes. I was told it takes about 15 minutes, but it looks to be a little faster than that. You definitely see the raindrops on the camera there, so starting to rain just a little bit. Vink's okay with that. Oh.
We don't slip and roll our ankles like this. Yeah, this part gets pretty wet. Yeah. Definitely, yeah.
Olcott's totally fine with that. He wanted a break anyway. The tide was changing a little bit there and had a couple of unforced errors, so he wanted the extra time, so he's very happy with that. Just watching that roof close. I think just having to sit here now for a few more minutes while that roof closes. Just think about what's happening. He was up a break in that first set, playing pretty solid. But Olcott had a couple of good points where he really had to push down some rallies, and it got him very excited and pumped up. And then the tide turned just a little bit. That on the changeovers, Vink was having to wait the whole time for Olcott. I think that's where Vink really needed to just take a step back there and kind of play the game a little bit. He was waiting, just looking, waiting. But kudos to Vink in the second set, really coming back. It was 2-0 down. Came back, and now he's up 3-2. Very important for him in this game as well. But Olcott's totally fine with this little break. Olcott finished off that last game with 2 double faults, so he's fine. Just trying to get his mind back in order too. Lights come off lights turned off on the stadium so they can close the roof. It's always a sight to see in these big stadiums, the roofs closing. You see a lot of the Grand Slams now with the retractable roofs, so they can play some matches at least when it does rain. And they're a sight to see when they open and close. Interesting mental side from Olcott. He's been very pumped up, very positive when he gets those points that really make him happy. He's been saying a lot to himself, up, 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 and just needing to keep himself pumped up. But then on the other hand too, telling himself one more ball on everything. And that's one of his strengths, getting to that one extra ball and making the player play. Maybe 60% or 70% of the time, that one extra ball doesn't really do anything. The player does put it away, as they should. But the other times, they can come at very important times where they unforced errors. And that's what actually happened to Vink in that first set. The unforced errors came in at the wrong time for Vink, at the right time for Olcott. Watch the last few, maybe 30, 40 seconds here. Of that retractable roof close. As soon as that roof closes, as long as the court's dry, which I'm pretty sure it is, it's only spitting. And there goes the close, and immediately the lights come back on. So some stadiums, the lights take a few minutes to warm up, but that was instant right there. And very lucky that we're able to continue, and we've got the retractable roof. I've been Vink again ready to play. Olcott's gonna make him wait waits for a few more seconds here. Chair umpire calls time. We've seen Olcott on the changeovers a lot of time right before he goes out, right before time's called, just closing his eyes, taking a couple deep breaths as we see him. Just that was on perfect cue. Appreciate that, camera. Just really breathing. Again, Vink having to wait here. Great shot from Vink there, getting it up nice and high. Olcott not wanting to back up on that forehand, but instead takes the overhead and just misses it wide. I mean, long, excuse me. Beautiful shot from Vink. Beautiful shot. Great touch, just opening the racket face, cutting under it just a little bit, and beautiful, beautiful angle. Again, we saw Olcott come back from a breakdown in that first set, so every game is so important for Vink. It's not going to be one game that's not important. He needs to really focus on this set here, trying to stay away from the unforced errors. Double fault and then a backhand unforced error. Good deep ball from Vink, pushing Olcott way, way back.
Come on, hit it, guys. Let's go.
Dylan telling himself to hit it, and yeah, he definitely slowed down his racket head there. Being that far back needed pretty big acceleration. Smart serve from Vink. Very smart serve, getting that first serve in there, and Vink holding for a 4-2 lead in this second set. Again, Olcott just trying to take his time, going through those breathing routines that we've seen. Olcott will be serving with new balls. Great shot from Vink. Those are the ones that are going to win him this match. He needs to keep hitting those high, heavy balls. Just be okay. Bring in his target area a little bit. Big serve from Olcott there. He's going to start getting himself pumped up here in a minute. He needs that energy. That was a great return, though. Great simple return from Vink. Didn't have to do too much with it. Good return. Great return from Vink. Set up that easy ball, and Vink was just be able to go back behind Olcott here. Good roll, good rip. Pumping himself up in a quiet way. Double fault that gives Vink a break point for an opportunity for 5-2. Olcott yelling at himself to wake up. Needs to pump himself up. If he wins this point, he's gonna pump himself up. There we go. There he does it. When he does that too, gets the people watching excited, which then gets him pumped up also. Great shot from Vink again. They know that this game is a really important game. 4-3 and 5-2, big difference in the mindset. As I said, I think all these games here are a big difference in the mindset for Vink. That's a great shot. A good shot. Olcott there. It's interesting when he hit that lob, Vink backed up and took one last second to see where he was going. And then Olcott could have easily let that maybe bounce and hit an overhead, which he thought about, but he backed up and hit the backhand down the line winner. Double fault number 8 for Olcott. I was going to say there in the middle of that rally there, those are the points that still get Olcott very pumped up. Those are the ones that make him very happy. Great shot there from Olcott, high and deep over Vink's head. That was a big game right there. It's gonna mentally for Olcott put him in a better position and then just put so much more pressure on Vink too. But first set Olcott 6-4, second set Vink 4-3, still up a break. Good serve for Vink to start off this game. Both players at a very close first serve percentage and points won on first serve with 67% and 65. Both of them very, very close. Match couldn't be much closer either, with Olcott total of 58 points and Vink 56. There's that one more ball. There's that one more. That was actually two more for Olcott because he pushed up to that. Ooh. Vink getting a little frustrated there, but Dylan Olcott only just getting to that drop shot. Basically just framed it. That's literally how close he was to not getting it. And then the same on the last ball too. And that's where that unforced error comes in, that one more that he's talking about. And then it went the other way, that one more ball, that easier ball. See whether Vink can close out the service game here for a 5-3 lead in this second set. And he's going to. Great point from Vink there. Solid. Frustration there when he got the ball abuse. Just sometimes where if you hit the ball out of the court, automatic ball abuse, not necessarily abusing it too much, but just the rules of our game. Sometimes letting that frustration out actually helps calm the nerves down. I think that's what John McEnroe used to say anyway about when he used to get into trouble, that he needed it. Not saying I agree with it, but sometimes as a athlete, just got to let it out a little bit. And working so far for Vink, he's up 5-3. Good hustle, though, by Olcott there. It was a great lob, just making Vink just moved in a little too quickly, so was playing that ball behind his head and just couldn't control it. Not sure what Vink is asking there or saying about. Maybe about the time. It is server's pace. However, the clock was down to 0. It's a good play there. Really good play. Really good play from Vink there, seeing that Olcott was out of position, couldn't do enough with that overhead and just basic cross court. Kind of chip there from Olcott, kept the ball low. Vink not able to get up to it. Olcott's not going to be happy he missed that one. That was a simple one. Just tried to do way too much with it there. And that gives Vink a set point to even up this match at 1 set all. amazing get. Amazing point, amazing set there. An amazing comeback from the youngster, 6 games to 3. It was a tough set there. Really impressed there with Vink being able to stay in his mindset and not let anything external affect him. And we are in for a 3rd set. Couldn't ask for more in a semi-final match to go to the gold medal match in the 2020 Paralympic Games quad singles semifinals. 2nd set stats, again, very, very total winners. Vink 16 to 8 unforced errors. That's the difference right there, with Olcott with more unforced errors to total winners, and that's the difference. So this time it's going to be Vink that takes a break. They are inside, so there will not be a heat rule. So he's just going to the restroom real quick. Vink comes back out after his short bathroom break, straps himself back in. I can guarantee you that we will hear a lot from Olcott here in this final set. He's going to be trying to pump himself up. He's going to ask his team to pump him up, and we'll see whether he can do it. But Vink will start us off for the 3rd and final set for a place in the gold medal match. Good point from Olcott there again, taking the opportunity when he sees it to move forwards. Doesn't have to do too much with that volley, just nice block. Good shot from Vink. That's where we've seen Vink really be able to take control of when he has won those points. That's the style and that's the type of point he's won. Olcott's talking to himself and saying it's okay as long as the energy's up. That's all that Olcott needs. Not the start for Vink that he needed. A couple of unforced errors and up to 7 double faults. We're at 1 set all, 1-0 Olcott in the third set. Olcott wanted to maybe call that ball out, that first ball on the side, but decided to play it. Turned out okay for him. Vink being that far back really needs to accelerate more. That racket head speed is too slow. Beautiful drop shot there from Vink. Beautiful. Just enough undercut on it to stop it, because Olcott almost had it. He almost got there. Right there, but the ball just stayed so low. Great touch from Vink. Good ball from Olcott. Olcott hitting that high, heavy ball to Vink's backhand and immediately pushing in. Just a few pushes, but put a lot of pressure on Vink because Vink knew that he couldn't just hit it up the middle, or he thought he couldn't, so went for a little too much there. Too much again from Vink here. Very, very important for Vink to get a good start in this third set. Yeah, beautiful backhand. Beautiful backhand by Olcott. Took his time, relaxed. Imperative game here for Vink. Needs to get on the board in this third set. Does not need to let Olcott get on the roll. Good serve from Vink, but that was an immediate challenge from Olcott. Oh, call is overturned. They will replay the point. Or replay the point because it wasn't a clean winner. And it couldn't have been in by any less. Remember, in tennis, if the ball is 99.9% out, it's 100% in. And I think that was probably it right there. Just missed that again. Same kind of shot, but this time it was just a little bit wide and not going to challenge that time. Olcott does such a great job of when he hits the ball high and deep, Vink is looking over his shoulder to see whether he's moving in, but he doesn't move in until the last second, and Vink's just not able to read it when he's coming in because he's looking and he's thinking he's not coming in. That's a great shot. Great forehand from Vink. And that was in, just enough spin to bring it down. Good return from Olcott again. Vink just catching that backhand really high above his head, and if he does that, he's got to speed up that racket. That gives Olcott a break point opportunity. Vink hanging in there. Needs to get this game. It's very, very important for him to get this game. Again, another challenge he wants. That's time. It is just slightly out. That backhand really far behind Vink there. Very difficult shot to hit. Olcott putting a lot of pressure on Vink by moving forwards. Is asking him those questions. Can you pass me? Or are you going to hit it to me and then see whether I can make the volley? It's important that Vink does make him hit that volley. That's a good shot, though. A really good shot. Caught Olcott going the wrong way. Good game for Vink there. A little bit lazy on that ball on Olcott. He wishes he could take that back. But Vink holds on. Olcott still up a break in this third set. Dylan Olcott leads 2-1 in this final set. Team Australia trying to cheer him on. Good return. That return down the line. Such a good shot. Seen many winners off that return down the line. Just too good, too good. Again, Olcott so fast getting to so many of those balls. Just making Vink play that extra shot every single time. And Olcott's okay with that. That's okay. He's like, good shot. Nothing I can do on that one. Good serve from Olcott there, trying to get himself really pumped up. Team Australia looking on. Again, he's going to want to keep up a break this whole time. He does not want Vink to tie this third set up. Beautiful return of serve. Beautiful angle. Vink staying very calm, but seeing him move in here, keeping his shoulders nice and turned. Great angle. That's a great return from Vink. And this is getting interesting. Vink ties it up at 2-2 in the third set. Oh, Vink just missing that wide. Just missing that wide. Olcott wants to break back here for sure. Just looking to make Vink play. Getting excited again, pumping himself up, knows the importance of this game. Probably just a couple more games here. So he wants to get himself as pumped up as he possibly can, while at the same time staying nice and calm to make sure he doesn't overhit. That's a great shot, though. Vink's not letting him get away with too many easy games, though. That's a beautiful return. Again, Vink just not able to return, to recover quick enough to react to that inside-out backhand return. Olcott with the first set 6-4. Vink comes back 6-3 in the second set, and Olcott is up a break in the third set, 3-2. Very close match here. Total points won, Olcott with 80, Vink with 76. Vink has more winners, 36-21, but also, and only has a few more unforced errors, but not too many, but the percentage is there. It's those important points. There's been a couple key points in the match that have really turned the match around. Olcott drinking something there, some energy drink or something. Wake himself up. Vink's done a really good job after that first set, coming back and fighting. Cleaning up his game a little bit in that second set. There's no game here now that Vink or Olcott can let go of. Olcott serving 3-2 in the third set. Every time we think the tide is turning, the momentum changes. It changes again. Vink with a beautiful return there. Yep. Extremely good play again from Vink. Solid play again, that forehand cross-court angle working wonders for him in this match. Really caused Olcott a lot of problems. Ooh, nasty spin from Vink there. Drop shot, but slice, and really a good cut on it too. Ball just went the opposite direction. Able to do that by getting under and on the inside of it. And that shot gives Vink 3 break point chances. There it is. Vink ties it up at 3-all in the third set. Great fight by the Dutch youngster here. Collecting all the balls, and we will start the 7th game of this third set with new balls. Balls will move a little bit faster through the court. Usually helps the server. Let's see whether it helps Vink's here. So in tennis, one of the most important games in tennis is the 7th game. And we are in the 7th game. That's good. Good disguise there. Looked like he likes actually running or moving around, pushing around his forehand to hit a backhand. A lot of players prefer it the other way. I've seen Olcott quite a few times push around it and hit a backhand, but that was disguised well. Thought he was going to go inside out, but was able to hit it down the line. It's an amazing point there. Great point. Great consistency, mindset there just to hang in. Olcott came in again, just snuck in, but just didn't do quite enough with the half volley. See the racket head speed over the top of the ball there from Vink. Now he's getting excited too. Good fight there from Olcott again. Just Vink pulled him so far outside the court. Didn't think he was going to be able to make it, but yet he was actually able to get over it and hit a very high, heavy, deep ball in about the middle of that rally that got him back in. Fittingly, we are tied at 82 points apiece. Beautiful, beautiful forehand from Vink. Good net clearance. Great comeback from Vink. Now he's the one that's getting excited here. He leads 4-3 in this third set. What a great match this is in the quad singles semifinals. Dylan Olcott, #1 seed from Australia, taking on Niels Vink from the Netherlands. Olcott with the win in the first set, 6-4, and then Vink coming back in the second set, 6-3, and now Vink leads 4-3 in this third set. It's an unbelievable overhead there. Again, Olcott hits a great ball, sneaks in, sees the opportunity, and is not going to miss that one. Really nice return there from Vink, moving in, ripping the backhand. Olcott almost actually made it just wide, just caught the side of his racket. Vink telling himself to move in, push forwards. 30 all. It's a good play, very, very nice play. Vink moving up to that short ball, disguising it really well, just getting underneath it. This beautiful shot right there. Short, didn't have to be too good. Closes in for an easy volley and also a break point opportunity for a 5-1 lead in the 5-3 lead in the third set. And the opportunity to close it out. But Olcott's not saying here you go just yet. Good serve from Olcott. Deuce. Good serve, two good serves from Olcott. Just making Vink play again, just asking him the question. From Olcott. Was down a break point there, but kept his cool, kept making one ball in, and we are at 1 set all, 4 games all, and guess what? 87 points apiece. Can't get much closer. Obviously, this match, the winner goes through to the final, which is the gold medal match, to play Sam Schroeder, who is already there, waiting the winner of this match.
Come on!
Actually, a really good passing shot there from Vink, but Olcott just getting the frame of the racket on. And then asking Vink again, can you hit one more? And that time he did not. The beautiful shot. Vink moving in, taking that early just to the open court, but with enough pace on it that Olcott was not going to be able to push that one down. Olcott likes that there. Again, telling himself to think here, make Vink play. And Olcott now has 2 break points. And there it is. Olcott breaks to take the 5-4 lead in this 3rd and final set. Been a great match so far. Couldn't be much closer. It's been momentum, lots of momentum changes, with Vink starting out with the early break in the first game of the match. Then Olcott coming back strong in that first set. And a very close second set as well. Not as close as the first set in the score, but definitely close. And then this last set, 5-4, can't get much closer. Olcott is going to be serving for the match and a place in the gold medal round. Good hustle again. Olcott doesn't mind that. He doesn't frustrate him. He got those extra balls back in play. He got that 1 extra ball, and Vink made it that time, and that's great. He's made him most of the times, but really important points that he hasn't made him. He's going to be more frustrated with that error than he was with losing the point before, because that was an unforced error, just trying to chip it, but just got under it way too much there. And slight opening here for Vink to even out this 3rd and final set. Again, Vink did not need to go for so much there. Just get the angle, make Olcott play 1 more shot, just like he's trying to make you play. Felt a little bit of pressure there, and there is a lot of pressure when you've got somebody across the court from you who's won as many Grand Slam titles as Olcott has. It gets to as many balls as Olcott does. It's understandable. was a really good volley there from Olcott. Good serve, pushed in, is in no man's land. Got a really good return right to the chair, the feet. But Olcott had made a great volley there, and we're at 30 all. And that is a match point opportunity for Olcott here. Olcott, 5-4 in the third set, 40-30 for a place in the gold medal match. Got an amazing point from Vink there to save that match point. Just side to side with Olcott. Olcott got 3 or 4 balls back that he probably shouldn't have done. Along the way there, he ran into the linesperson in the back. Linesperson in the back actually went down on the ground there for a second. Olcott loses his racket, and Vink brings it back to deuce. Again, momentum change here. Break point for Vink to tie things up at 5-all in the third set. But another great serve from Olcott there into the body of Vink. Gets a short ball, and then that backhand down the line, that inverted backhand down the line, just easy ball, just not able to, Vink not able to push over to that. And we're back at deuce. Great serve from Olcott, out wide, slice hard. Vink not able to get under to it. Match point number 2 for Olcott. And there it is, game, set, and match. Olcott. He's into the final gold medal match. 6-4, 3-6, 6-4. What an amazing match. Great show of sportsmanship there from both of them. Huge amount of respect there, almost double their ages. Making me come to tears here. The emotion on Vink there. He knew he had it too. What a great, great show of sportsmanship. What it means to all these players here. And Olcott, his experience just comes through. Experience comes through there, the age and the experience. But bright young future for Vink. He's only 18 years old. Olcott 30 years old with 16 Grand Slams. And Vink took him to the very, very edge. Vink just distraught there. Worked so hard, fought so hard, kept his head on his shoulders. Very difficult match to play. And playing best, one of the best quad players there ever has been. He needs to hold his head up high, Vink. Fought so hard, played so well. He had his opportunities, but he's got a bright future ahead of him. And he gets to play for a medal in the next round also, so. He can take a lot from that. A lot of times you take more from the losses than you do from the wins, but we see here Dylan Olcott coming out the winner, 6-4, 3-6, 6-4. Five points difference in the whole match there, and just at the right times, Olcott's experience just came through. Dylan Olcott, winner. Australia, #1 seed. Listen to the announcer there tell Niels Vink that, also tell Niels Vink that he's into his first Paralympics, into his bronze medal match. He needs to hold his head up high. Olcott's experience again just coming through. Just as he said it himself in the first set, one extra ball, get every single ball in play. And those are the balls that really did make the difference in this match. Just Vink playing against anybody else, they would have been winners, the point would have been over. But Olcott making him play that one extra shot. He needs to be proud of himself. Fought really hard. See the excitement on Olcott there. All the energy comes out. The disappointment, but the show of sportsmanship right there. Huge amount of respect for both of them. Dylan Olcott, 30 years old. Vink, only 18 years old. Olcott knows that he's probably a future champion. He knows that Vink won many, many gold medals and many, many Grand Slam titles also. Huge amount of respect, and Olcott moves on to gold medal. See if he can defend it, see if he can get his golden Grand Slam. He's got one match away for this part, for the gold part of it, and then he would go to New York and have to win a couple more matches there for the actual Grand Slam. Taking a look at the few stats there, it was close. I mean, Vink had more winners. His ratio to winners to unforced errors was actually better. It was a better percentage, but it was those important points. This time it didn't matter about the total winners and the unforced errors. However, that is the final. We are in the final, the gold medal match. Number 1 seed Dylan Olcott from Australia taking on Sam Schroeder, number 2 seed from the Netherlands. And then the bronze medal match, Niels Vink from the Netherlands taking on Sugeno Koji from Japan. It will be a thrilling final and a thrilling bronze medal match. And what a match it was, full of emotion, full of momentum. And Dylan Olcott coming out with the win from Australia, 6-4, 3-6, 6-4 against Niels Vink. He will move on to the gold medal match against Sam Schroeder from the Netherlands.